अरे सेंसे ब्रो 2 सेकेंड। हेलो ब्रो, हेलो हेलो हेलो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। यार इतना पीठ दर्द हो रहा है ना माँ का, कल गलत तरीके से सो गया शायद, हम गलत पोजी में। माँ की गर्दन पे भी नेक पेन भी है, बैक पेन भी है, ऊपर से भी। दिन का चाय, वो चाय नाश्ते की खर्चा निकाल लेता हूँ, चाय नाश्ते की खर्चा, थोड़ा सा कमीशन मिल जाएगा। यार ये फायरफ्लाई ने मेरा आर्टिफैक्ट वो करने के बाद, माँ कसम बे, रोजेरिया का क्या ही डैमेज दे रहा है बे, माँ की किरकिरी खतरनाक डैमेज दे रहा है बे, मतलब पहले से बहुत ज़्यादा दे रहा है बे, बहुत ज़्यादा पहले से। मेरे को पता नहीं था मैं इतना भी डैमेज देगा ये। ओ हाँ सेंसर, वो देख रहे हो क्या, एक बात है बे, पीटी का मतलब क्या है भाई? पीटी PITY कौन सा 80 पीटी 70 पीटी क्या है ये? कल मैं फायरफ्लाई को भी पूछने वाला था, भूल गया लेकिन। रोजेरिया मस्त है। पीटी मतलब कितना विश किया है किसी बैनर पे, मतलब एक बार अगर ये, एक सेकेंड, ये सपोज मैं एक बार 60 प्रीमोजेस, ठीक है, एक बार कॉन्फर्म दबा दिया तो एक बार आ जाएगा ना, एक ही पुल होगा, तो वो एक पीटी है ना, मतलब तो एक पीटी अगर मैं 10 टाइम्स वाला करूँ तो 10 पीटी हो जाएगा एक बार। यार वापस करना होगा। 1 wish equal to 1 pity। अच्छा, अरे सुपर चैट बॉयज वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। अच्छा, 1 wish equal to 1 pity, तो कितना pity में एक अच्छा कैरेक्टर मिलता है, मतलब 5 स्टार वाला कितना pity में मिलेगा ब्रो? तो अभी मेरा pity कितना है बे? एक सेकंड, मैं बहुत पुल किया था बीच बीच में। सपोज इसका ही जाते हैं। अरे भाउस डिटेल्स नहीं बे। ये 1 है ना, द फ्लूइड 4 स्टार। टू 3 4। सिर्फ 4 पीटी है क्या? 80 पीटी तक 5 स्टार मिल जाता है। अच्छा, 80 पीटी तक 5 स्टार मिल जाता है। मैंने ये पुल किया था बहुत। एक सेकेंड, ये चाहिए था मेरे को। नहीं नहीं नहीं, अरे यार कौन सा किया था बे? 1। ओ नहीं, एक पुल एक पीटी है ना, एक पुल एक पीटी है। चादर मोर, एक सेकेंड। 1 2 3 4 5 10 15 20 25 30 35 40 45 50। अच्छा, इसमें 50 पीटी है ना, सही लगाया ना? इसमें 40 पीटी है ना? ये 10 दिखा रहा है पार। अच्छा नहीं, इसमें 4 है सिर्फ ना। 49 पीटी है ना इसमें? करेक्टर बैनर पे 50 है। अच्छा, अच्छा समझा समझा, तो 80 में मिलेगा ना। नाइस नाइस। भाई साहब रेडियन कब आएगा बे? आ जाना चाहिए रेडियन जल्दी जल्दी। मैं की किरकिरी। रेडियन एग्जैक्टली 1 वीक बाद आएगी। एग्जैक्टली 1 वीक बाद आएगी। ओ भाई, माँ कसम से। माय वाइफू पुल करेंगे बे। अभी जितना पैसा, कितना कितना है मेरे पास? 4329। 4329 पे नहीं निकला ना तो मैं डाल लूँगा कुछ ज़्यादा एक्स्ट्रा पीमोजन जीनोसिस मेरे को चाहिए ही चाहिए भाई रेडियन अगर आ गई तो रेजर को थोड़ा दिन के लिए बाय बाय करना होगा पहले कितना स्ट्रगल करता था अभी इसको मारने के लिए कितना ही स्ट्रगल किया था अभी इसको मारने के लिए रेडियन जैंगलिंग बेनेट और जिंक्यू ये टीम वन ऑफ द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट रेडियन आ गई तो मस्त जैंगलिंग को तो कर ही रहे वे जिंक्यू तो को भी कर रहे हैं बेनेट को नहीं कर रहे वे बेनेट वैसे क्या है भाई बेनेट एनिमो है क्या भाई साहब 3000 का तो इलेक्ट्रो बोनस डैमेज दे रहा है बे ये मैं गया क्या? कमीशन हो गया। जाते कैथरीन के पास। बेनेट पायरो कैरेक्टर है क्या? अच्छा, तो भाई बेनेट पायरो और जैंगलिंग भी तो पायरो, दो पायरो हो गया क्या एक टीम में?
Thank you for completing. Ad Astra.
डैमेज 200 से 1000 हो जाता है। डैमेज से अटैक बफ मिल रहा है। तो क्या एक सेकंड सुनो, ठीक है? तो अगर रेडियन बेनेट जिंक्यू, ठीक है, इलेक्ट्रो पायरो हाइड्रो, रेडियन बेनेट जिंक्यू और उसके साथ रोजारिया नहीं तो एनिमो का कुछ अगर ले ले, तो रोजारिया नहीं तो एनिमो का, हेइजो सपोज, तो कैसा रहेगा? चला 8 तो चाहिए भी। एक सेकंड मैं किरकिरी रुको तो हल्के में ले लिया तुमको मैं। जिंक्यू यही टीम है क्योंकि उनके अल्टीमेट यूज करो और सीधा रेडियंस से मारते रहो। अच्छा हाँ, जैंगलिंग का वो भी तो अच्छा है ना, अल्टी भी तो बहुत अच्छा है। बहुत हल्के में ले लिया था पहले मैं की चूतिया समझ के रखा है क्या? पहले कितना स्ट्रगल करता था अभी इसको मारने के लिए। सॉरी भाई कल सो गया था। अरे कोई ना प्रीतम भाई, कोई ना। कल वैसे भी 11:30 से हम खेलना चालू किया, पता है? वो उसने फायरफ्लाई को सब्सक्राइब किया है क्या? उसने मेरा अकाउंट, मैंने उसको मेरा अकाउंट दिया था, थोड़ा सा आर्टिफैक्ट एडजस्ट करके दिया। अभी मस्त लग रहा है खेल के, खतरनाक लग रहा है खेल के भाई रोजेरिया। जिंक्यू यार सही में बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट है वे। ये माँ की किरकिरी आया ही नहीं अब तक, क्या चूतिया है बे भाई। डोमेन खुला है क्या कुछ? वेडनेसडे कल को खुलेगा। अरे यार इसको ये, अरे नहीं वेपन को नहीं बे। ये क्या है ये सब? उल्फुक, अच्छा उल्वेंदम में मिलेगा क्या? इलेक्ट्रो हाइपो थंडर मैनिफेस्टेशन, इलेक्ट्रो रेजिन वाइन, इलेक्ट्रो बाद में मारेंगे तुमको। इसको तो 70 नहीं करेंगे, इसको भी नहीं करेंगे। इसका 60 हो गया। वेपन बनाना है। तेईसों का क्या सीन है बे? इसको ढूंढना है। अबे भाई ये सब बकचोदी है बे, कहाँ ढूंढते रहे इनको? चेट हो चाहिए, ये मिल जाएगा उसको, ये पता है हमको कहाँ मिलेगा। मैं यूई को डबल क्राउन करके आया। अच्छा मेरे को समझ में नहीं है, लेकिन डबल क्राउन का क्या मतलब है? डबल क्राउन का क्या मतलब है सेंसे भाई? दो और चाहिए। वहाँ क्राउन लगता है, टैलेंट लेवल 10। अच्छा एक सेकेंड। जाओ दो टोपी पहना के आओ उसको। दो क्राउन। मेरे को साला ये मस्त ये ढूंढना है बे, कहाँ मिलता है ये सब। और 7 रन कितना चाहिए और 6 तो चाहिए क्या? यहाँ तो नहीं था, यहाँ था कहीं पे ना, कहाँ पे था बे? हाँ उसी जंगल पे था, वही जंगल पे था। यस कैश ले लेता हूँ मैं कि क्या है? कॉमन चेस के लिए साला इतना देर वक्त चोरी करा है। कहाँ पे है बे ये? साला हम जगह भूल गया बे। मैं कितना करना कि किधर था ये? फैन की जगह पहले बात तो फैन लगाना होगा, क्योंकि इस गेम के लिए साला आईफोन लेके भी कोई फायदा है नहीं। एक सेकेंड रुका शावर रूम, रुका शावर मशरूम। यहाँ पे था शायद, हाँ यहाँ पे था, यहाँ पे था। ओके नाइस। पूरा एक चक्कर लगाना होगा। हाँ एक मिल गया। ये कॉमन चेस्ट है क्या? बहुत मारेंगे। और नहीं है क्या? हाँ ये पूरा माकियामा फॉरेस्ट। ओके किसी का वर्ल्ड में जाके कलेक्ट कर ले क्या? में जाके कलेक्ट करेंगे। मैं कि 103 के भाई पता नहीं लोग क्यों बोलते हैं कि यो इज नॉट स्ट्रॉन्ग। अरे 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 सब हीरो स्ट्रॉन्ग है लेकिन सबका अपना अपना है वो है। इसका साला खुला ही नहीं भाई। मैं इसका खुला ही नहीं है, कहाँ से कलेक्ट करेंगे।
I smell rabbit.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
वो उसको मारने जा रही है। ओ भाई Naruto Uzumaki dead. अरे बेटे, I thought you were dead. I'm here, I'm here. बेटे कैसे हो बेटे? Naruto Uzumaki.
Everything is negotiable. रेजर भाई, रेजर अभी के लिए मेरा फेवरेट है, मेरा फेवरेट और मेन डीपीएस है, क्योंकि अपन को अब तक मिला नहीं 5 स्टार कुछ अच्छा खासा क्या मेरे को मिला ही नहीं, 5 स्टार है ही नहीं मेरे पास। तो रेजर मतलब अभी के लिए फुल टिप टॉप कंडीशन में है। रेजर फेवरेट है क्या नारुतो भाई? अच्छा लगता है क्या रेजर को?
upon the waters of Chinsa. Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In those flesh shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails often to comprehend its horrors. Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. We seek a small haven of tranquil waters. As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist forever.
I keep watch. You leave?
Yikes!
remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
I slipped up. This isn't good.
Happy to oblige. I taste blood.
Welcome, welcome.
थोड़ा सा फार्म करा दिया भाई को, पता नहीं कौन था, मेरे को अपना फार्म मिल गया। उसका वर्ल्ड में जाके हम साला मशरूम कलेक्ट कर लिया, उसको भी थोड़ा सा फार्म दे दिया।
I'm starting.
बढ़िया। अभी क्या था, हेइजो का ये बकचोद कहाँ मिलेगा भाई? नरुकामी आइलैंड। नरुकामी आइलैंड किधर है भाई? साला नरुक आइलैंड ना, आइलैंड तो मैं कि यही कहीं होना चाहिए। नरुकामी आइलैंड इधर है क्या? ओ नरुकामी आइलैंड। इतना बड़ा आइलैंड में ये क्या है? पायरो हाइपोस्टेटिस। इसको मारने के लिए तो रेजिन नहीं छे। नाम क्या है इसका? इस चीज़ का नाम क्या है? ओनिकाबुतो। ओनिकाबुतो भाई। थोड़ा सा गूगल करना होगा। ओनिकाबुतो लोकेशन। अच्छा यहाँ मिलता है क्या? अरे मैं कि पहले बोलो ना। वैसे है कौन सा जगह ये? अच्छा ये रहा। ओके ओनिकाबुतो जा। यहाँ इस साइड मिलेगा क्या? ओके सही तो जा रहा हूँ भाई। किधर है ओनिकाबुतो? वॉल में होता है क्या? नहीं ये तो बेरी है चादर मोड। भीतर है क्या? भीतर देखते एक बार। भीतर ही है लग रहा है अपन को। साला एक भी तो नहीं है इधर। ये भी माथा खराब करेगा भाई। इधर भोसरी इधर कहाँ घूम रहा है बावला? chest है.
Empty chest. Good for storage.
यह सब में नहीं मिल रहा है और किधर है? Grand Narukami Shrine.
Let's get down to business.
बाहर में जाओ, नहीं होगा ये. Hazo is totally impossible now.
other Catherine in your mind.
Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to...
Yep, Paimon's right. We cannot fully rule if something were to happen. My existence may be the only... After all, the academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my...
Yep, exactly. Just what Paimon was thinking. Anyway, enough about that. Off? What do you feel is off? It's the middle of the night. Of course it's quiet.
No, I think she's right. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if this...
Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Sataria figured out a way to not only distract the guards...
I also can't quite figure out why things feel a little off.
But, well, regardless, as long as you're here with us, Paimon feels a...
I keep watch. You leave, you call me. I'm hungry. Let's hunt. hungry. Let's hunt. I keep watch. You leave, you call me. I smell a rabbit.
There really aren't many people out right now. Let's hope it'll be this quiet in front of the academia, and that Sataria managed to distract all the guards. At this hour of the night.
Ah, the triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor. If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
The people of Samir City. What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
should we do? These are all just regular people.
Leave now. You need to get out of here.
But that guy's a Fatui Harbinger. We can't just leave you here.
Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru. Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness. To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the god of wisdom.
This should be fun. Is the heater going to be okay? We only made it. Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a... He called himself the Doctor. Remember, Tainari told us about him, and that even the sages are wary of him. Yep, sounds like she must have been talking. Yeah, now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're... But what are the Fatui after this time? Yeah. Things would be... Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. You mean... Oh, right. Even though he turned it down at the time, there's no time to lose. Let's...
Hold it right there. A blonde-haired traveler and a floating fairy. We've got you, all right. Take a look around.
Are you mercenaries from the...
Core of 30? We're nothing like those government lapdogs who don't even get scraps. We are an elite brigade that commands the highest commission rate in...
The outcast? But why wouldn't the Doctor just send the Fatui after us? You're up...
Following orders. Need a new punching bag. Where do you think you're going? Need more.
It isn't over yet. Here comes reinforcements. elite mercenary? Yeah. Look, but this doctor guy seems like a pretty tough opponent. Going up against smart... Lucky still begins. Oh, it's the Traveler in Paimon. Holly! It's nice to... To be honest, I'm not doing too well. As a result, Master Tainari is taking me off the patrol schedule. Oh, Holly! Speaking of Tainari, did he go off on patrol? Oh, Master Tainari? You just left the... He left? What? I thought it was weird too. Master Tainari always prioritizes his... No, I only found out that he left through a message he left behind. To leave in such a hurry? Master Tainari originally studied in the Immorta Darshan of the Academia. And Partis DI is something like the Immorta's research base. Many rare I know that before he became a Forest Watcher, Master Tainari went... A research base, huh? Gotta wonder what kind of research... Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Partis DI. Don't worry. Got it. Will do. Reunion, but actually, it's very smart of the Traveler to be wary of me right now. After all, plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up, and I was facing the doctor by my... Even a pool of stagnant water after a torrential storm can occasion... Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an Huh? But I wasn't trying to win your... Oh, we understand that point now. Please, Nahida, tell us... When you left, I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the doctor mentioned that instead, he did something closer to creating hallucinations. Luckily, I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture... What a relief. The doctor sure pulled... I wouldn't be relieved just yet. I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've lost another also. The doctor is already an expert at modifying Akasha terminals. Would that mean you'd no longer be able to jump between minds? Then, how do we stop? It feels like he's toying plus. The doctor's combat ability alone is apparently... We shouldn't give up hope just yet. Let's try... Actually, Nahida, how did you know we were trying to get to parties? Yes, I have. I can see the Traveler's elemental energy.
So I deduced you didn't come here for sightseeing.
We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tainari, and the sages once tried to reach out to him.
Okay, let's...
अबे मैं कहाँ आ गया? दरवाजा वरवाजा कुछ है? है
Traveler?
It's Hypatia!
What a pleasant surprise! It's so...
Who's this?
She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw each other, she was still training in the... what's it called?
Oh, I see.
That's right, we're old friends. You've come at just the right time.
Hypatia, you're way too excited about this. Actually, for you to leave the Avidia Forest means... Wait, no. Did you already finish your training and reach Pari Point?
What do you think? My consciousness has already managed to...
You did it? Congratulations!
It's so exhilarating to share this sublime joy with others at long last! When my consciousness made contact with the gods. What a supreme...
That sounds incredible!
Oh, alright. Actually, please wait. I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Remember? I promised to help you understand what you saw from Irminsul once I gained deeper insights. My current self has not only gained true insight, but I can even help you establish a direct...
You can do that?
I've never heard of anything like that, but if you want to give it a try...
Hold on. I brought some spirit borneo with me.
We're using that...
All right now. Hold my hand. I'll help you with...
Okay.
Ready?
It took 3 betrayals for me to finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god. My creator. My mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded. The second was a human. My family. My friend. Consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me. A hope for the future. A fledgling barely out of the nest. Powerless before his mortality, he broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted. And the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounced the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate. and ready to receive a supreme gnosis, brimming with pure divinity. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. Your era is coming to an end.
What was that? Did we actually just see the Balladier's memories? Everything matches what we know about him. But how is he connected to the divine consciousness that Hypatia...
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a alas, shame. If only that which beats within my chest wasn't a filthy mortal heart.
Do you understand now? I'm afraid this is no periporno life, but rather...
Ah! You! Why I found divine wisdom.
Hypatia?
That's how I always thought everything... Wait. Have I... already lost my mind?
Wait, something in...
Traveler's back?
Nahida was controlling your body for a while. It seemed like she jumped over to you as an emergency. After that, Kainari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries and then he ran with us all the way here. What? You swapped places? You mean your consciousness also... Wait. Then where is Nahida's consciousness?
I never imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have... Also, while we were running, the doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness, so I can't journey with you anymore. But even in a moonless night, a shower...
Oh no! Nahida's trapped in the same... Was that message all she left for us? It's pretty vague. Oh, that makes sense! Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything. Even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusion. Huh. Paimon knows the moon illusion. Didn't Nahida use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Sataria. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. But she isn't with us anymore.
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surastana. Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking...
Your guess is correct, but the situation's...
That's all right. A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. As for the complicated... I've spent some time with you, and it looks like the Dendro Archon's also on your side.
Thank you, Tainari. Oh, actually... Actually, we came here to ask you a question. What do you know about the project that...
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were always... All I know is that that project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
Huh? Did you see something when you were in Nahida's body? What?
Do you have any evidence?
ओ भाई ये साला इलेक्ट्रो आर्कन को हमेशा ओपी दिखाते हुए
That explains why Hypatia's
मस्त है
symptoms were different from those of the other scholars who went mad. It's because she made contact with the consciousness of a new god who is still in the
Kainari, did you leave the video?
I did. I noticed Hypatia's mental anomalies, but since her symptoms were rather atypical, if I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert. Now that you mention it, I knew the Academia has never thought particularly highly of Lesser Lord, but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. Looks like I made the Doctor and the Balladeer. We have 2 Fatui Harbingers in Sumeru. From your description, I don't think they've completed their project. Then, what is the connection?
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the sage's goals. Right, we've pretty much gone over everything we need to know, so we should head out.
I'll stay here for now. I still want... If you're planning to go into the desert, start by heading for Caravan Rabat. Come find me here if there's anything else I can do to help.
Thanks, Kainari. Hopefully Hypatia will... Just past this wall? Oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh.
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Huh?
Over here.
Oh, Haven went that way! Let's hurry up and follow him. Wonder what he's up to.
Pastores di Candela. Are, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the stream.
Where did she go? How did we lose him?
More Eremite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time?
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you. There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal favors. All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. It's a
You really gave Paimon a scare, Alhaitham. I never thought last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the Academia?
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the Academia's hit list. However, had I wished to turn you over to the Academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremites' honored guests by now?
Oh, right. You do have a point.
I have no interest in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged to the king. And these days, you're more fascinating than anything the sages can offer. Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating. Everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. Which brings me back to you. The leader of Ainul Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you. And upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time. To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized something. Are you interested at all in sharing what you've been hiding from?
Alhaitham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of person even notices or remembers stuff?
So that's your answer. Well, I do, but that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the Divine Knowledge No matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate on my own.
That's right! We have the same plan as you! But we don't really have any concrete goals.
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert, so it'll probably have more resources and intel.
It's always better to travel with someone you know.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa, this landscape is really something else. Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamatra's wrath?
Oh, Hatham. Do not think you can escape my...
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it? Or would elimination perhaps be a more accurate description?
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me.
अच्छा, try
Though
me.
styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra.
Seemed to me more like your own personal touch. Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter, and the ultimate nightmare for any who have committed academic crime.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Alhaitham, to the point of blocking an attack. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I've been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him.
Has Alhaitham done something wrong? Paimon doesn't think he's...
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person. Unless you want me to retrieve it from a...
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra's sense.
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the desert? As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about your... Have you been given a mission that's... If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within the walls of the Academia?
I should have known you'd be difficult to deal with.
You two? Ugh! What you would do, travel...
Well, look at you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia? Great! Finally, someone that we can trust. You gotta help us out here. Otherwise, these two are gonna start fighting again!
Yeah, sure looks that way. Two giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. Not something you get to see every day. Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lore, but how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds. Hey, did either of you hear a word?
Whoa, what's going on? The wind's so strong.
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly!
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this...
That sounded like Candace. Come on, you two! Jeez, are all of you Academia folks...
All right, stop yelling.
Want to play sardines with three people who want to tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun. The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm does. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Nice to meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon. Thank you so much for...
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets...
Wow. She's so gentle and caring. Like a nice older sister.
All right. Now that we're all better acquainted, we should return to the topic. As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, and now that you have set foot within Aru Village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose. So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with... If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time.
Oh! On second thought, Paimon?
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make myself clear?
All right, we got it.
That's what I like to hear.
So I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of...
Wait! That was you trying to be a
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Al-Haytham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned rather. A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request. But I began to realize that unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission reached his desk. The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the Sages. I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the mantra are nothing more than tools for the vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold. They are meaningless to the I believed it would be wise to flee the academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority.
Gyro seems to have the same goal as us. Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he's somehow... Well, Sino, if that's your story, then what?
When I was investigating the matter in the academia, I overheard a conversation between Alhaitham and a sage. The sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior.
Yes. I was indeed tapped. After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me.
The most enticing...
Unfortunately, those academics don't know me. Their words contained one key piece of information. Namely, that from my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge? So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the divine knowledge capsule. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ainul Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a
You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those...
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear so they wouldn't suspect. So it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the divine...
Criminals do love to talk about coincidence.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing... You were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
That's true. Alhaitham helped us out at Caravan Reba.
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to I took the divine knowledge capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that after all, curiosity...
You should be well aware, Scribe Alhaitham, that curiosity can also... Answer me this. Did the sages share any information about...
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the academia.
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your...
As you wish.
Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up. And now you, Dia. I believe it.
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been... My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru village for a visit. I was actually looking forward, but then I saw these two.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that...
That's more like it. I missed you all so...
Whoa! What was that sound?
No need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home.
Creatures? In the...
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training in these conditions is at a disadvantage.
Yeah, just leave him to Candace. Don't worry.
भाई ये स्टोरी खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है
That means the sandstorm's over, right? Candace still isn't back yet, though.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried.
करना क्या है भाई?
And live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
Want to play sardines with 3 people who want to tear each other? The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating any.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sand. Please, let me introduce my.
Nice to meet you, Candace. Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister.
All right. As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow village, and now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make. So please, if anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some qual.
Oh!
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make my...
All right. I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now.
Wait!
I have nothing to hide. So there's no shame in while Al-Haytham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts. It's not because I've been rather.
Huh?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project. As General, I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request. But I began to realize that, unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit. The power of the I realized then that the vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold, they are meaningless. I believed it would be wise to flee the Academia before the sages had a I will never give up on this.
Sino seems to have passed now that he's no longer. Well, Sino?
When I was investigating the matter in the Academia, I overheard a the sages asked you to investigate a Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented.
Yes. I wasn't... After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told...
The most
Unfortunately, their words can... From my perspective... So, had I been less guarded...
You mean... that the sages originally planned to
I'd already given up on the assignment, so it came as quite a surprise.
Criminals do love
Even though I ran, you were the ones who decided to follow me and strike.
That's true.
I'm willing to apologize. I took the divine knowledge capsule behind your back because I judged... After all...
You should be well aware, Scribe Al-Haytham. Answer me this.
Have I not made my...
Fine.
As you wish.
Good. I'm glad. And now you, Dia.
Oh, sorry. Whatever. I had nothing going on, but then I saw these.
Is that all? Well,
That's more like it.
Whoa! What was that?
No need to worry. Fighting in a sand...
Yeah, Just leave him to Candace. Don't worry.
The winds died down. That Candace still isn't.
When you put it that way.
Yes. They just keep coming in waves.
Leave this round to us. I got in.
It's been quite a while since I've seen the.
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
Stopped appearing.
What we fought just now was probably the aftermath of the sandstorm.
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Huh?
My apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full. I am the chief of Aru Village. Everyone.
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been back for some time now.
I can't say they've always been common, but besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get earthquakes. According to an investigator who stayed in the village.
So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest.
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul. These regions.
Everyone in Aru Village need. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single
Village Keeper?
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru Village refers to mad scholars. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity. After a period, the academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled to the desert. Though if you ask...
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying to investigate. One by one, but no one in the village has ever seen them leave. If you're planning to stay around...
I've had encounters with those people in the past.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you trying to alleviate your guilt and atone for your...
Mock me if you will. But if you are guilty, I will eliminate you.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First thing, but is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino?
I'll be grateful for the assistance. No, let's start by finding a spot to share. Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essentially the same things as before. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation? One of my former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange incident. The academia has long exiled mad scholars to Aru Village. A mysterious. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But after spending some time here, initially, the people of Aru Village greatly resented having to take in them. Aru Village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, the then chief of the village was preparing to take everyone to safety. Suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, green light radiated from him, like a divine glow against the backdrop. Despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night, all the houses remained upright, almost as if they had grown roots reaching deep into the ground. In the end, after that, the people of Aru Village treated the mad scholars with greater kindness.
A soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru Village? Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino, do you know if any of the mad scholars...
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha...
Oh, no wonder! Everything makes sense then! Add in the fact that they...
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, then it... So, what do you make of the story? Really?
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was definitely...
No, it's not so much that I don't believe you. Lesser Lord Kusanali, the current Dendro Archon. The Academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. They've more or less ignored Lesser Lord Kusanali. In addition, I've never heard any stories about Lesser Lord Kusanali and her deeds.
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... How should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind...
I've spent many years interrogating criminals, so I can easily tell when someone is lying.
Good! Then you should know that we're telling the truth!
That look in your eyes... I've never seen... How can this be? To think. Our Archon has been...
Alright, now it's our turn to put our skills to good use for this event, but easier said than done. Especially since we don't have any leads.
Excuse me, are you here to help me find my grandpa?
Huh?
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak. You'll help me find...
Is your grandpa a mad
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa. Why do you have to...
The person you're referring to is not a local. Yet you are.
Grandpa is just Grandpa. I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you. I wanna find my...
Ah, so you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house. I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it was, but I had a vague feeling that they didn't harp...
Whoa! Hazen wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's just a kid. All he wants is to find his grandpa.
Sorry. I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe...
All right. But first...
Let's hunt.
He just wanted to confirm something with you.
I had a feeling he'd go looking for you.
Huh? You knew?
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him eavesdropping. Isak's parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the village after finding employment in the city. He was raised by his grandfather. Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Isak was still very young at the time. Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. Isak, however, the scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. Although Isak referred to the one summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling grandpa suddenly calmed down and seemed to become more. So grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village. The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his grandpa again. It's said that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be crazy, but appeared to be living in his own world. Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace and would follow him all the time, asking him things like, "Grandpa, want me to take you?"
All this somehow just makes Paimon feel really sad.
Perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form of hardship or regret. But even so, we must still continue on with our lives. It's also my reason for fighting.
Maybe the people have always had a considerate god watching over.
Huh? What did you say, son?
No, nothing. As long as Isak keeps his word and doesn't get in our way, we can take him along.
Perhaps you are more compassionate than I gave you credit for. Please accept my...
Hey, Isak!
Oh, it's you guys!
We've cleared everything up! Let's go find your...
Really? What? Yeah!
Alright.
Excuse me?
You mean the village keepers? When I was eating dinner the other day, I saw one of them by the side of the road. Anything...
The scholars that... Don't change this.
Right, honestly?
Do you also think...
Grandpa? It still feels pretty... Well, whatever.
Gotcha! Sir, have you seen my grandpa recently?
Oh, well, if it isn't the last time I...
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's... I've known you since...
Wow, okay.
Huh? Don't say anything for now. Let's head over there. Listen, see if you can make out what they're saying.
Have you heard? The mighty King Deshret, the sovereign of our faith, will soon return to this—
Yes, of course I have. King Deshret is the one and only true ruler of... Still, you say he's coming back, but it sure doesn't feel like...
Haven't you noticed? The village has been getting more deranged scholars than ever. Delavar was saying that many people also went insane just before the fall of King Deshret's civilization in ancient times. We don't quite know why, but it seems like there's some sort of connection between insanity. Isn't it a sign of King Deshret's power that all the mad scholars have disappeared? If you ask me, they must have been chosen as the final sacrifice for King Deshret's resurrection.
Huh. Now that you say it, that does make some sense.
Exactly. Those city folks will get what's coming to them.
Now, repeat everything you've just said from the very...
Huh?
Who are you?
My patience is running thin. You heard what I asked.
Yeah. Bro, this guy's something else.
Just let's not get on his bad side, okay?
Oh, okay, good sir. What is it you would like to know?
Tell me about King...
Well, I only know a few things from hearsay. I went for a drink the other day and heard others talking about a rumor that the madman will disappear and that King Deshret will...
Hey, go on.
It's true. It's all true, sir. We desert folk have had more than enough of those people at the academia. They keep sending us all their mad scholars and won't let us... Would you want to live like this if you were in our place? The radicals were even more thrilled than me when they heard the news. We're all praying for King Deshret's speedy return. Delavar also said that once King Deshret returns to our side, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the land on the other side of the wall. They're all willing to...
Is that so?
Seems like he still wants to know more.
Got it! At first, I told myself it was just the drink talking, but then all the mad scholars vanished without a trace. Please, don't beat me up just for mentioning these rumors. If I'm guilty, then everyone else around here is also guilty.
The people here really like King Deshret, but dislike the Dendro Archon.
Where is this radical person you talked about?
I haven't run into him over the past few days, so he probably hasn't been around the village. What about you, man?
No, not at all. We wouldn't dare lie to you. He's really not here right now.
Sounds like you're not too close with the radicals.
No, of course not. All we know...
I have many ways to stop you from talking. So you'd best just stay home and hope I don't do anything until I've gotten to the bottom of this. Try something foolish and even
Yes, got it. Well...
That scared Paimon half to death. Sino is pretty terrifying. He didn't try to reassure us at all. It's like he's used to hearing that. Oh, Paimon bets lots of people...
I heard that.
Sorry.
It's part of being a mach. The rumor we heard just now seems like a strong lead. But we need to check a few more places. Very well.
Isaac! I'm here.
Where's your grandpa's house?
Well, I can take you there. Grandpa? Oh, he likes to be alone. Sometimes he stares at the sky in a daze, and other times he just pokes at the ground with his fingers. Every now and then, he yells out at the top of his lungs, so a lot of people are really scared of him. But he's a good person, really. I know he is. I swear, he's just like my real grandpa. This is where Grandpa usually...
There sure isn't much here.
No.
Incense? Please don't say it's the same one as... But are you okay?
There's a scent that you can sense, but I can't.
A certain traveler here once passed out from that smell. Thankfully, Tainari saved the day. And then he gave us a lunch.
So, you know Tainari?
Huh? You know him too? Are you...
Yes. Now that I concentrate, I can...
Wait, surely Tainari didn't like...
No need. Did you first encounter this scent at Tainari's house? In the forest. Here it is. Take a look right here. Although the traces have been completely buried in the sand, from the size and shape, they belong to an adult male. The scent is quite faint, but still extant.
But who would come looking for Grandpa?
We'd have to ask whoever lured him away with the incense.
Huh? So you can lure someone away with just, hey, what's wrong with liking good food? Everyone's got something they love in life.
Exactly. Most scholars are fond of incense, since even deep within the clutches of madness, they still yearn for their knowledge-seeking days. And
no. So someone's taking advantage of their weakness? Huh. Are the rumors really true? Could the disappearance of all the mad...
It's highly likely.
Please, you have to save my grandpa. Sounds like we'd better help get him back. Don't you worry, Isak. We won't let whoever...
Let's head to Aru Village and inform Candace and the others about what we learned.
Right. The darker fabric definitely looks a lot better. That'd be my choice, too.
We're back, Candace! We've got a lot to tell you.
Ah, welcome back.
Sounds like everyone's friends.
Oh, Diaz!
You bet. So, everything goes smooth?
Reasonably.
Al-Haytham didn't go...
We haven't seen him at all.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured he was investigating with you.
Did you find out anything useful? I see. So someone used a kind of incense to leave the exiled
The resurrection of King Deshret? First I've heard of it. Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall. Scholars are fond of it, but as you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying around these parts. No seller would be able to make a profit, not to mention making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert with the patience to make... It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been...
Makes sense.
So what should we do then? Do we go back to the academia and...
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. But today, you've got me on your team. So didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern? Well, I also like to drink at the tavern, so I know a thing or two about the...
If Paimon remembers correctly, the leader of the
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Engur, the wide-eyed butcher, and Jabari, the duck-tailed bearded crook. The whole lot of them are known around these parts. These guys have one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in King Deshret. Way they see it, King Deshret's resurrection is their only... Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert.
Tia! You're amazing! You really know this place
No merc can afford to slack off on gathering intelligence. Every mora I've spent in the tavern has been a...
Let's head out.
Now hold on, you're staying right here, Simon.
Why?
Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb. I'd bet word about the desert is unforgiving, so the way of life here is also a lot tougher than on the outside of the wall. You survive on making connections. Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual fighting skills to speak of. But that also makes it a whole lot easier for me to gain the locals. I need to go around and ask some questions. But it'll be... Good. Then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebot with me.
Alright! Sounds like a plan!
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
Paimon's amazed every time we see the wall of Samiel. How can a wall...
I know what you mean. I had the same question. And every time also, why is this high wall here? And can a wall really block sandstorm? It was only after I grew up that I realized. The wall of Samiel isn't just there. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers we're cheap labor, like livestock, but easy. Even if a child from the desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The academia believes we're geniuses like Sataria are 1 in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate. Even though the academia knows...
That's terrible!
I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
Hey, Dia.
No, not at all. Besides, we're here to procure an...
Yep, we gotta...
Shh! Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what you say. Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern. Maybe we'll find... Just our luck. None of them are here today.
You mean, you don't see anyone?
Dia, is that you? What a coincidence. You here for a drink too?
Zaki.
Oh, and who do you have with you here? Guests from another land? Hello, hello. I'm Zaki. Dia's, how would you put it? Drinking buddy?
We've had drinks together a few times. You could say we go back a ways. Anyway, as far as my friends here, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any Outlanders so friendly and respectful.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side.
Yeah. Have you seen Edgar, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact, we were all...
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested.
Ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a hard time making ends meet these days. So, you came here to help him out?
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family. If there's more to be made, why not do it together? Besides, Delavar and his friends have muscle.
Yes, how considerate of you. Delavar's my friend.
Are we there yet?
Yep.
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
Why don't you take a guess? Go on. A wild stab in the dark.
What's this all about, Zaki?
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru village? The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you set foot there. Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from the academia to look—
So, you've been watching us from the very beginning?
Uh-oh. I'm a new leader.
And you left the strongest one in the village, didn't ya? Who do you think you are? You really thought we'd fall
So you and Delavar have been partners all along.
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop. Those of us who hang around the tavern, but you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an uprising in Sumeru.
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't miss.
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samiel would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Edgar, you're here too, huh?
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary. You should have known the traitor—
Dia, I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand why King Deshret is greater than the Dendro Archon. Little did I know, you don't deserve to join us.
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars.
See? There you have it. Mercenaries are just a bunch of faithless—
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora, and my faith lies with whoever's paying me. As long as there's a profit to be made, anyone can—
Enough talking! Get him!
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
A new punching bag. I'll take that! You're open! I'll take my leave. Impossible!
So, what do you think about your meticulous network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only— I'm guessing your informant told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, that is what I said after. And of course you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that I'm a mercenary. But even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the real fighting. That so-called Flame Mane is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to— That's what you thought, right?
You lied in the village because you—
And you were stupid enough to fall for it. I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought— Okay.
Whoa! So you've been planning this since we were in Aru Village?
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking—
Oh! But instead of catching them right—
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient and get—
Oh! You mean the funny name she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher, scar-riddled bandit—
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, the wide-eyed butcher, and Delavar, the scar-riddled— Alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think. So Edgar and Delavar are always rambling in the tavern about how King Deshret is—
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and then try to track him down. That's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari's one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the one who wanted to treat Isak and his grandpa to some food.
Wait, so he's a radical too?
No, he isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eavesdropper think that I was making some wild guesses based on my—
Wow! What a genius
Ah, you're too kind. It was straight from the usual playbook if—
So, that thing you were saying before—
About what?
About how mercenaries only care about Mora.
Does that bother you? What makes you so sure?
Dia? Do you dislike the Dendro Arch?
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro Archon. I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her. Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people, unless they were true. I've begun to realize that the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The radicals' blind belief in King Deshret, but I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never... Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand. Let's talk. This should be all of them. I'll let you...
All right. I'll be in touch.
Candace will be okay on her own. I trust her, so you can too. She's been guarding Aru village for quite some time now. If anyone is qualified to question the offenders, it's...
While I'm questioning them, why don't you pass some time by
I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning, Traveler. As for these idiots, let's just hope they live...
Everything's... Hey, Dia!
Right on time. We'll know any...
Paimon's been wondering. You seem to know Candace pretty well.
We've known each other for some time now. She's a pretty interesting person. Even though she's an extremely strong warrior, she never misuses her...
Oh, Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of martial artists say. Never...
Yep, I guess you can put it that way. It takes strong convictions to be as dedicated as she is. And us mercs, on the other hand, we pretty much live from...
Well, Paimon thinks you're great.
Really?
Oh, Cyno's here.
Yes. I was here yesterday to help out a little.
To help out? By doing what?
Sharing some interrogation technique.
Oh! You mean you...
Right.
Come on in, everyone.
Come on, let's go inside.
Candace, where... Whoa! You look furious!
Do I?
Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show itself at the corners of your mouth.
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm angry.
Yes, please, don't beat us anymore.
Well, looks like Cyno taught her well.
You fear death yourselves. Yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others at... The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the Village Keepers. They are vital members of our community. And some even count them as... You come here, to my village, and you treat my people as nothing more than stepping stones towards your goal.
Mercy!
You've made your bed.
We may both be desert dwellers, but there's one thing that I understand better than you. The resurrection of King Deshret will only result in... The people of Aru village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough, and a war would only cause us to lose all that we have.
We understand. I'll tell you everything I know, please, just...
I'm listening.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea. Someone was spreading rumors in the tavern. That's how some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in King Deshret's resurrection.
They're called Village Keepers. Slip up again, and you'll regret it.
Yes, sorry. It was all that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread the word about King Deshret's resurrection and talked us into helping him. In return, he said he'll... I'm not...
That's one.
Huh? One what?
Strike. You get a total of 3. Then, you die by my hand.
Wait, I'm telling the truth. We don't know anything.
too.
He got us to lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village. Then the mystery guy takes them from there. You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear. Just ask them if you don't...
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
You have to believe me. If I knew that, I would have told you his name right away. I'm not risking another beating to keep his secrets. No, that guy, he wears a cloak, and he's always careful to cover his face. He calls himself...
I believe I may know what's going...
Uncle Anpu.
Smooth.
Okay, speak.
If my suspicions are correct, this mystery man they speak of... Some time ago, people from the academia attempted to take the village keepers away. I refused. It strikes me now that this secretive character...
Which means it's highly likely that the academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick the radicals into delivering the village... They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now they're trying to take them back? We aren't gonna let that happen.
Not the academia again.
Just as I thought, but what could they want with the village keepers?
People are nothing but tools in the eyes of the academia. A change in their plans likely means they found another way to Regardless, our top priority...
You're right. Isak is still waiting for news on his grandpa.
Time to go. Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get ready to leave.
You got it. Candace, I'll let you deal with the radicals. Leave everything outside the village to us.
All right.
Let's meet back here once everyone's ready.
Well, as you can see, I am merely sitting here and...
You were gone for ages! And now you're suddenly sitting here musing to yourself? Hey, what's with the silence?
You never think things through before asking questions.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly there's just nothing super obvious to pick with this guy.
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So clearly, I stayed in the... Anyway, you plan to leave Aru Village.
Yep. We're not gonna find out anything more by staying here. Enough with the silent treatment!
No. I'm just surprised that you decided to team up with him.
All Haytham. You haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru Village. Bold of you to question our choice.
Yeah, you're all talk.
While you were investigating, I had my own work to do.
Really? Paimon doesn't believe...
To be honest, we aren't really a team, so I have no obligation. Not to mention that going separate ways allowed me to find some important information that you all had missed.
Huh? Right here in the village?
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But before that, you need to understand where she's coming from.
What does that mean?
How do you think the residents of Aru Village feel about what we're doing? In other words, do you truly believe every single word the villagers tell us?
You mean, some of them lied?
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Again, these people... Remember what Candace said? Most people in Aru Village don't necessarily care which deity is in charge of Sumeru. That's because whether King Deshret or the Dendro Archon has power is of little significance to them. By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. They won't simply share everything they know with you without good reason. That's why you believed there was no further information to be found in this village. Glad you're following along. Among those you have talked to, There's someone who was consciously keeping you out of the loop. In fact, she's been observing your every move since you arrived. The reason being, to someone who only wants to live their life in peace, any external factors introduce...
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes.
Don't change the subject.
It's quite obvious that she's intimidated by Sino's authority and strength.
Right. You were asking about the mad scholars.
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are King Deshret fanatics in the village.
If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make herself the radicals' next target.
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so...
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement in anything that occurs at night.
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past. If it weren't for them...
After speaking to the village chief, it became clear that the village keepers had protected Aru village at night. In other words, the young miss was very much awake during...
Then why would she...
By getting involved with an outsider, she risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for why she might be so wary about all this, maybe...
I'll pass on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best if I stay out of this.
We're on it!
Miss Shawnee, as we discussed earlier, I've brought someone with me.
Mr. Alhaitham, I'm aware of where you stand, but... how...
Huh? What do you mean?
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answer. Go on. Earn her trust.
Is it really that simple?
May I call you Traveler? Hi, Traveler. Do you think the resurrection of King Deshret can truly change Sumeru for the better? Why's that? That's very similar to what Miss Candace says. I know you two are friends. That's why I'm before. I wouldn't even have the courage to ask. Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
Yeah! We came here from another nation, so it isn't wrong of you to be weary. And we aren't really residents of any one nation. But even so, we've met lots of people from different places, and we've always fought for what we believed in. We have friends in Sumeru, and we want to help them. That's why we decided to stay here.
I want to trust... My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest,
Alhaitham told us you have your reasons. It's okay.
The fact is that I'm... Only one side of my family is desert folk. I don't really fit in anywhere in Sumeru. Some believe in the Dendro Archon, while others believe in King Deshret. I don't belong to either side.
Speaking of which, the radicals mentioned that they despise traitors. Do they just think that anyone who's different from them is a traitor?
Yeah. Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference what I say or how I behave. I'll always be suspected of having ulterior... Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear or see anything. And then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare breathe a word about it to...
You can tell them. I'm sure she'll keep your secret.
All right. I'll tell you what I told all... I actually have a sharper sense of hearing than most. Sometimes, I hear strange crying... Perhaps. I'm not sure. It's faint, but it's definitely the sound of crying. It comes from far away. It used to be louder and more frequent. But ever since you arrived in the village, it doesn't seem to happen as often.
And when it does, it's much quieter. I have to focus really hard to make it out.
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. They also have someone with a good ear, and he's heard similar sounds at But. Because we're in the middle of a desert, he would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than ghosts.
There's really nothing around these parts, except for an old hospital not far from the village.
I think they used to use it for training Ezrealzz, but it's been abandoned for years.
Yeah, let's go!
How heartless.
Just following orders.
Take that! I taste blood. I'll take my leave.
This is the one. Let's go in and take a look. Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn. Until then, I'm taking a break.
And just like that, he sits down. What are you reading? Let Paimon see.
Okay, sure.
Huh? The natural position. which is the positional propensity.
So...
Oh, Paimon gives up. You keep reading your book. See ya! How is he so relaxed? Look at him, reading an impossible book in a creepy place like this. Hey! Paimon's your Tibet travel guide. Paimon knows... And anyway, is that Paimon's fault that the books people read in Sumeru are so complicated? Paimon's getting so sleepy. Huh? What was that sound?
there it is. It's coming from that direction.
Is the sound coming from here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
It's from below.
But
Something is off about the interior here. As I thought.
wow. It's like they tucked in the... Oh, it looks like there are other mechanisms. I'll ensure your safety.
I'll be back.
scout ahead.
Look! There's someone over there! Good idea! Let's approach him
Wait. You're...
He can't speak, and his eyes are... Also, why is he the only...
Didn't expect to see him here.
You know him?
He's Rizak, a senior of mine at the Academia.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holds up in a forest and mumbles stuff about training?
No. And that's the Rizak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life. Leaving that question aside for the moment, him being here alone means that we might be too... Looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Rizak here. There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart that was loaded with something heavy.
Loaded with...
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry. As if they were... The symptoms are identical. Looks like...
Huh? What?
Allow me to jog your memory. Recall, don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
Oh! Now that you mention it...
Correct. The Academia's, but it isn't difficult to deduce their rationale. First, the Academia spread a false rumor of King Deshret's resurrection. These rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru village leapt into action. Unbeknownst to them, of course, through rounding up the scholars, they were actually helping the Academia. As well as being able to exploit the radicals for their own ends, this scheme has one further advantage to the Academia. All the risks and responsibilities are offloaded onto King Deshret's fall. Life for the desert dwellers has been brutal ever since King Deshret's death all those years ago. Beneath the surface, feelings of desperation are... Many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Anyone looking to exploit that for their own ends simply needs to make a few empty... Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of King Deshret, and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated mistrust of the desert and everyone in it by the rest of Sumeru. The notion of an Academia plot wouldn't even cross their minds. It may seem like a simple strategy, but it is able to work wonders under Sumeru.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's in line with the village chiefs, but there's still one very important question. Wasn't it the Acad...
Throughout this process, one thing has changed. First, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, they were exiles. And finally, an exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone becomes a missing if you can't find someone, you have no way of knowing what exactly happened to them.
Resource?
One possibility is that the information in their brains could be extracted into knowledge
Extracted? You mean, canned knowledge comes from people's brains?
With the technology of the Sumeru Academia, it's entirely perhaps the process caused them great suffering, which is why they cry out in the dead of night, when no one is watching.
So, the human brain... No, nah.
I'm the Academia scribe, after all. I'm familiar. Anyway, judging by Rizak's state, the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. But something went wrong, or perhaps his curiosity got the better of him, and he used such a capsule for himself.
Paimon's a little confused.
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer. That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire life's pursuit. Extracting canned knowledge is just one of the extreme measures they turn to. However, I can't help but wonder. The academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge, but I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the divine knowledge capsule, but to no avail.
You mean you're not even slightly interested in getting your hands on this?
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge, but I'm not particularly interested in gods, so I don't share their degree of extracting information from people as if they were lifeless objects. If this is the direction of academic progress...
Sounds like you're really against all this.
Of course. The academia's action, whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. If those lines are crossed, the rules and order that govern this matter needs to be corrected. Just like fixing a typo in a...
Wait! Didn't you step in to help because you felt sympathy for them?
Not to be callous, but no. My criteria... There is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said for the rest of Teyvat as well. What do you plan to do about that?
Probably not. Paimon's not sure.
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith into strength or heroism. I do what I want. The divine knowledge capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action for the sake of a few strangers.
Paimon's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the academia, but...
Though I must say, I quite enjoy this feeling of being the odd one out. Uniqueness is also an asset, is it not?
Wow, that's a great way to think about it. Paimon's really impressed. If only Miss Shani had a...
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. There's... He won't last long if we leave him here. We'll work out our next step after we return.
You must be tired.
What's the situation?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather. Nevertheless, he's...
So, at one point in time, the abandoned Elazar hospital served...
Yep, pretty much!
Their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru village, since divine cant and knowledge has been in circulation for yet. They fled once we were headed to the village, almost as if they...
We may have a mole in our midst. One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the
Huh? Are our friendships that...
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies the issue. Sino, you're the reason why they can predict our movements.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is... Interesting. And here I thought you were the most suspicious one, Al-Haytham, since you were...
I know. You have a point. But I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Sino isn't like any of us.
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are, General Mahamatra? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone,
You are required to have all the facts available, including the less than savory Simply put, the academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. Knowing their modus operandi, wouldn't you expect them to take precautions against if you want to raise a vicious wolf? You need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
The academia is monitoring me?
It's not that simple. The academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have a special protocol for dealing with you. Every so often comes on Yagarbaha Day. On this day, the academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge. I remember seeing the thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the General Mahamatra, his activities throughout the day, preferred methods of enacting judgment.
You're saying that the academia entered my information into the Akasha too? But what's the point in doing that? My actions aren't...
The Akasha is capable of computation. The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you would depart, the route you would follow, your destination.
It predicted my every move.
The academia has been watching you longer than you think. However, the fact that you resigned is proof that their suspicions were well-founded.
So that's how it is. Sino adheres to his principles so strongly that he's actually a thorn in their side. Tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable and mindlessly go after anything they can profit. Sino, don't take it to heart. This just proves how much of a trustworthy ally you are.
They escaped because of me.
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
I have an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be able to guess where they went.
Whoa, you bounced back fast.
There is always an opportunity for safety after danger passes.
Oh, so that's how it is! Paimon gets it. If the academia is trying to avoid Sino, then the safest place would... Yep, that's right!
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going. I must go.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Let's go, guys! After...
Please, wait! I want to go too!
You want to go too?
I want to find Grandpa. I promise.
Everyone, I leave him in your hands.
Yay! Let's go! Remember to pet Paimon feels like we're missing someone, though.
Yes. After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Is that because you play here a lot?
Yep. One time, Grandpa almost got lost in the desert, but I was the one who brought him back.
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand.
And Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work. Okay. So, we have to dig it...
These are likely fragments of an Academia-developed device, something akin to a headset. Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way, because there are device fragments scattered around here. Let's split up and search the area.
Is this what we're searching for?
This is definitely a device used to extract divine knowledge. How did it end up buried in the sand? They must have been attacked along the way.
Wait, what? Grandpa, I hope you're okay. Don't worry, your grandpa's gonna be—
Rizak didn't display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently. We should be able to catch up. One more thing. Given that the device had been entirely covered by sand, I believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm. Let's keep going. They can't have gone.
But running on sand is so tiring!
But you're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too?
Of course it is!
Don't get any closer. They'll notice us. Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to—
One of us. You and him.
You don't know as much as I do.
I knew it.
Dia? Why would you? Dia!
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa? What?
Well, look who's here.
This complicates things.
You've betrayed Aru village.
So, this is the great General Mahamatra. Dear, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself. I have the means and methods, and my—
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that—
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
It doesn't matter. Whichever side you pick, nothing can deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting King Deshret. Once our Lord of Old returns to this land—
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone. Have all your years as a merc taught you nothing about placing hopes in a—
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of King Deshret. Whether I live by the edge—
It's not too late yet. The village keep— Mad scholars aren't gonna bring King Deshret back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life. Even if the chance of success is 1 in a million,
Even if it'll expose you to the Academia? Even if they end up disbanding the Eremites? Your Eremites, which you've worked so hard for—
Yes. We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer shine here. All you see now is cracks in this With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the Academia's forces and fight.
Ridiculous. Think about it. The Academia controls the entirety of Sumeru. Your powers are negligible in If you still don't believe me, then try asking these two men. They're also against the Academia, but neither of them are as arrogant as you.
They look more like pawns of the Academia to me. Why would I listen to anything the people of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata have? Filthy traitors. Your god abandoned all honor and betrayed King Deshret.
It's impossible to communicate with someone so hostile. Perhaps we should. Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the Academia? These people have no value as bargaining chips, but I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage.
These scholars were exiled from the academia. I, on the other hand, am their current scribe.
Wait, you can't be serious.
So, you want to trade places with the hostages?
Precisely. Any wise person would
What are you thinking? What if they decide to kill you instead?
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars. Perhaps even...
Think you can talk me over with that confident...
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a means of joining forces against the academia.
You are the scribe. What do you have against the academia?
Not all desert dwellers believe in King Deshret, and the same applies to the academia. Why must all knowledge seekers approve of the academia's way of doing things?
You academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on the other side of that wall. I've made myself clear enough. I won't listen to another word from the Dendro Archons.
Not so fast. I'll hate them. Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make empty promises.
You know you're making a dangerous decision.
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the followers of the Dendro Archon at their word, but...
We've known each other for years.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm. Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the academia, you need to steel yourself.
An arm from the Flame Mane. You've piqued my interest. But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're mercs. The mercs don't tend to live long unless they have their wits about them.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back the village keepers together.
Let's do it right here then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
Don't listen to him! He's not even trying to negotiate! He just wants to make things more difficult!
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Raman, I'm holding up my end of...
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No! Dia! What are you gonna do? Think of something!
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it!
Dia! Run!
Stop!
What's wrong? Can't do...
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than cutting off my own fingers. Where's the sense in cutting my own kin to pieces? You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and leave.
I was really counting on him not going through with it.
Dia! That was crazy! Have you...
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm. Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes when you're out on a limb, you gotta double down to seal the deal, you know?
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of them. If it came down to it, you would not lose to them either.
I don't doubt it, Sino. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more where they came from. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out there. Wiping them out would do...
I'm sorry, Dia. I should have stayed put and listened. I should have trusted you.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa, so I'll do...
Whatever it takes? You just might be scholar material.
Huh? Are you...
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic.
Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in research.
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself? Okay, let's get moving. We should head back to the village and rest up. Today was just a trial run.
Time travel or what?
Don't we have a job to do?
You're all here so early.
Looks like we have everyone here. Isak, are you sure you...
I'll watch from a safe distance. Dia.
Okay, let's go then.
Dia, wait.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless yesterday. No more...
Fine.
A new punching bag. I'll be back.
I smell rabbit.
You.
They got here before us.
Uh-oh. Is it because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held everyone up?
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. Although, you brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Grandpa! Why is there only one of them?
Raman, I've always thought of you as a man of his word.
It's a one-for-one exchange. Sounds fair, don't you think? And let me put it this way. Agreeing to any kind of deal with the Dendro Archon's people is already a huge compromise on my part. Don't you?
You stay right there!
see this blade here?
You coward! Why are your hands shaking?
Wait a second! It's a earthquake!
अबे भोसड़ी के वाह क्या फाइटिंग है। अबे क्या हो गया अबे? वो नहीदा था क्या? नहीदा को तो पकड़ के रखा था।
This day's going just great.
Welcome to the stream, Bunny bro.
What a nuisance. The sand dune collapsed. I saw an energy field. The village keeper protected us. It glowed green with dendro. Just like you said, it may well have been the remains of Lesser Lord Kusanali's the dendro archon. The present one.
Grandpa? Grandpa? Oh no.
Hey, look around you.
Did there used to be a temple here?
It seems that when the sand dune collapsed, it exposed these underground structures. The symbols on the gate belong to King Deshret's civilization. This structure must be ancient. Over time, it could have been an underground palace in the distant past.
Oh, a miracle. Praise King Deshret!
What's he doing here? And his men too?
They must have fallen down here with us. Pretty lucky if you ask me. Most of them seem in really bad shape. Except for him. He got off lightly.
Mind your head.
No, this isn't the time for conflict. Our exalted lord has shown us the way to his...
He's not actually gonna go in there.
As it happens, I want to take a...
What are you doing?
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm, and the next, remnants of King Deshret's civilization. 2 major deities are vying to showcase their power to us. It would be a shame not to witness them both.
Paimon thought you weren't interested in...
Indeed. In my view, gods are just a higher form of living being, or creature you could... New discoveries are always worth investigating. Whether they have anything to do with gods is neither...
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. King Deshret will take...
It's full of life here. This defies comprehension. It looked complete.
Yeah! And there's so many plants. It's so pretty!
Sir Raman.
Huh?
Do you see another Raman here?
Are you mocking me?
What? Interpret it however you want. But there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over from King Deshret's civilization, the energy that flows in here is that of the Dendro Archon.
Whatever you say.
There's nothing to be angry about. Think of this as an academic...
It does seem kind of strange. If that's true, then we might have to...
करना क्या है बे? वो बहुत सिक है। हुआ क्या बे? क्या करे बे? अबे सुपर चैट बॉयज हेलो
Sight to see. King Deshret's splendor surrounds us.
There's so much vegetation here. It's different than I expected.
There are a lot of plants for a desert.
That's what I call divine providence of King Deshret.
माथा खराब कर रहा है बे लोग
It's getting brighter. Oh, it looks so beautiful.
मोमेंट है भाई मोमेंट है
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
These are King.
They left something behind.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people.
You can read ancient King Deshret script?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious, right?
There's still something off about this place. The element, the scent of life. Is
Is this it?
Analyzing.
There seems to be a hidden message among these. Excellent. There's a device from King Deshret's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it.
Isn't sharing knowledge against the Academia's rules?
Yes. However, under the circumstances, you'll understand after watching it.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. King Deshret brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained. Were it not for greater Lord Ruka Devata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping King Deshret to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child. How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear of death, for I sense that the spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
What's that?
The priest's memories.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
But this doesn't make...
Was that the former Dendro Archon?
You might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason for you to doubt King Deshret's. You've just witnessed his priest's last.
I've never heard about any of this. The surviving followers of King Deshret all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not make mistakes. King Deshret's death, the all but total annihilation of... We saw her as nothing more than a traitor, who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis.
You were blinded by your prejudice.
If I hadn't seen this for myself, if I hadn't witnessed his last words with my own eyes, how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known. Am I really supposed to believe that after all these years, all this time, seeking...
Rahman, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to make a fool of your...
Dia, my Aramites and I. What do we even fight?
Hey.
I'll live. I should probably go. Can't just stay here forever.
What's your next move gonna be?
Oh, I know what you're going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed of... But please, give me some time. After everything that's...
It's not gonna be easy.
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with. Dia, this is where our...
When would be a good time for us?
Tomorrow. I'll convince everyone, and I'll return every last one of your mad... your village keepers. We'll share our other...
You seem to finally understand that our...
Yes. The gods never gave up on anyone. It's the people...
That must have been rough. But he seems to have figured...
Rahman's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy... It's too bad he was held back by his belief in King Deshret. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on our side.
The outcome, at least, is...
We should get going too. Let's head back. Have a proper... Sino, we're leaving!
Stop yelling.
Raman, we're here.
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the village keepers back to Aru village shortly.
I guess all I can say now is thanks for agreeing to help.
Don't mention it. I think we can but we share a common
Where are the perpetrators?
I'll bring you to them.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
There's no need to yell. No one can help you now.
We've been all over the desert trying to find you!
That's right.
General Mahamatra? No, no!
Whoa. The moment they set eyes on some...
You should have known that I would be...
Wait, we were just following orders. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's no way we could have done all...
No, not Sino. He's gonna tear us limb from limb.
I could do work.
Please have my...
Start talking. Otherwise, I'll have...
So, your superiors have kept you quite busy recently. Why?
They, wanted to extract canned...
Don't play dumb. You know what I'm really asking. They extract divine canned knowledge. Then what?
I really don't know how to explain it.
Well, you better start talking!
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
Be my guest.
Uh-huh? That sure didn't sound like a fancy metaphor, and...
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now. Yes, you're right. The Academia is working on an important and potentially world-changing project. They are creating a new god. A god that will belong to them. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly break the withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of, but nothing's worked. I'm always hearing them say things like...
Continue.
And then, someone from the Fatui showed up. They called him the Doctor. He brought a gnosis and said he wanted to borrow the Academia's. The doctor was previously expelled from the Academia. At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he said those words, he asked them, do you...
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia...
First, the Academia spent a long time constructing a divine vessel, which was based on an exquisite humanoid puppet. After that, they harvested dreams via the Zeb-Zerus Festival Samsara. Max, with the doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency, they were able to use it to extract the power from the Gnosis and convert. Next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen,
it adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine order?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the Scholar's madness for centuries. Nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what that... If it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, it's the source of the god of wisdom's...
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who their god is. It's the ability to exercise control. It is as if they are cursed with a desire for omniscience and omnipotence that burns in their blood. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. For the sages, their only source of hope is the existence of a deity who embodies the acme of wisdom. This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means stumbling in the darkness for the duration of their lives.
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you already have a new god, why try to create another one?
From the beginning, the Academia has never treated her as a god. When the Academia first discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom, the sages hoped that she would be as wise as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But upon evaluation, they found that at the time she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. This forced them to accept that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata had indeed passed away. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's Gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. By herself, she has neither an Archon's raw power nor the spectacular insight expected of a god of wisdom. Slowly but surely, people began to forget about her existence.
So, this is the path the sages have...
Alright, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, then let's change up our... Raman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these two scholars, they're coming too.
Sure.
The village keepers you found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them. The two new scholars are...
yeah? Hey! Say something! Stop spacing out!
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about?
Or I can go...
Oh! Paimons!
Do you have any plans, Traveler?
Gods above, you're not talking about work, are you?
So you were still withholding some information?
though we lived through all of this firsthand, it still feels super surreal to hear you talk about it.
What a whirlwind of a story. Felt like I was holding my breath the whole time.
It seems like there will be more issues to face in the days ahead.
Still, now's a good time to make our next move. Now that Ramon's joined us, we'll be in even...
It's time to make a plan.
Indeed. These events are a flagrant transgression of the rules in every sense.
So, everyone...
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That.
Well, let's brainstorm a little more about what other resources we...
The next time we gather here, we must have a solid...
Yep, it'll...
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Everyone is already waiting inside.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Please, wait a moment. Before attending the meeting,
What do you need?
promise me that you won't commit to anything too
What do you think?
Okay.
Really gonna come back from the dead? Everyone's here so early! But
We already discussed things a bit.
Hey, where have you been?
Are you ready? Very well.
are you sure this is gonna work?
I gotta admit, it's bold.
It's worth a try.
The point of discussion is to arrive at a solution. Let's cut the small talk and...
You're making...
You're finally done.
I have some other stuff to take care of. Come on, don't give me that face.
That's what I wanted to hear. Well, traveler, Paimon, judging from your expressions,
You can tell?
I'm not that good at scheming or strategy, but I can't. To be honest, I feel the same. Your deeds speak for themselves.
Candace, we stayed behind to tell you that, although you won't be coming with us,
I'm very glad to hear. I've said the same thing to everyone here today as I said to you. Only when you're safe can the plan be successful. You're welcome. Good luck.
keep watch. You leave, you call.
Sounds good. I'll go make some preparations.
Okay.
I'll hit them!
Have you finished saying your goodbyes?
Yeah! Also,
Yes, she did. But I think my point, our plan is not child's play. We won't be able to achieve anything if we're simply careful. We must go beyond that. I hope this is clear to you.
huh? Shouldn't you be saying something?
Didn't we already do that during the meet?
You can never have enough words.
In that case, Candace can cuddle you to your heart's content while I continue to remind you of the seriousness. We all have our jobs to do after all. It's like how some people can be put in charge of logistics while other...
Speaking of the...
Well, of course. Compared to the mercenaries, I'm merely a feeble... But the advantage of not being a mercenary is that I get to stay in a safer place and offer my... Just think about that mercenary who lost his mind. Mercenary...
Well, being a scholar is also a high-risk occupation, and you are a scholar.
I'm not like the rest of them. Even among members of the same species, some will...
This guy. Paimon still remember...
All intellectuals are lunatics in the eyes of fools. I'll take that as a compliment. Do you remember the record we saw in the King Deshret ruins? It meant you have a good... Forbidden knowledge has the power to drive people insane, but this fact has never been shared with the public. Even I, who has worked in the academia for some time, was never once in... I think. Those mad scholars and mercenaries we encounter... But the academia has always held a different view. They've always believed that symptoms of madness are a side effect. Come to think of it, perhaps the academia has also never understood the true nature of forbidden knowledge, and thus always approached the issue from the wrong direction. The Withering, Elazar, and the Sandstorms. Don't you think what is happening right now across Sumeru is rather similar to the forbidden knowledge pollution that...
Like, Paimon thought that Irminsul's disease... At least, that's what... Wait a second.
Ah. You've connected the dots. The cause of Irminsul's illness may precisely be the pollution from forbidden knowledge.
But if that's the case, what should we do?
Wait. Why do you think Lesser Lord Kusanali would have a solution to...
You mean, it's related to the scene you saw when you passed out in the Avidia forest? That...
In that case, it's imperative that we rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali. Only by... To make sure we're still on track, I would like to check on the state of...
Where are we going?
To an Eremite base. You made it.
Huh? What are...
I gave them some...
Ah, it's the scribe. And is that the traveler I see?
How's the work going?
Ah, yes! We have fixed the devices according to your instructions. One of them is already ready for use, while the others are...
Aren't those devices for can knowledge extraction?
Look here.
Huh? More can knowledge?
What's that look on your face?
Paimon's a little scared, but...
That's an interest. Anyway, we're not going to use this. As I mentioned during the meeting, this knowledge capsule contains a decree I drew up in the past. The academia should also have their own copy. Traveler, I want you to record something into this capsule. Do you believe we can save Lesser Lord Kusana? Good. Conviction is the most important part now. Please get ready.
You want us to record our conviction in...
Yes.
Paimon is still...
I understand. But trust me, Paimon, this is something we have to do. Because, to achieve this impossible task, it sounds like you'll need to fool your own heart first. Although it may feel like a trick, self-encouragement may be the...
Paimon can see the point you're trying to make.
Imagine this. We have orchestrated our plan and successfully rescued Lesser Lord. Everything went without a hitch, and everyone recognizes him. Now, open your eyes. Here.
What's this?
Read it out loud. It's done.
Is your head okay? Does anything...
It's just a recording. There should be no...
But what was the point of doing this?
And that's perfectly fine. In any case, these
Huh?
Have you forgotten? Our plan needs to... You may find it hard to believe, but for those people, everything the Akasha transmits to them is nothing short... Imagine if you've been using a device like the Akasha since the day you were born. And this device has always supported you after all that time. A slave to orders, and that's why rules are so... In addition, those who understand the rules can delineate boundaries and identify gray area.
But why would you need to identify the gray area?
You could say that those kinds of ambiguous zones can be very interesting. One might even say they're
Things you're interested in are really out there. Are also...
Anyway, that's enough. I'm going to take those two to work on some small projects. You can head to care.
Small project?
We're going to tinker with the Akasha terminal and make a...
दादा टेक्नीशियन बन रहा है धीरे धीरे.
I thought we agreed on a plan.
The plan is too radical and carries a high risk for casualties.
But it's still the best plan we have. As a former Matra, you of all people should be able to see the bigger...
I did. And that's how I saw the danger behind these so-called advantages.
Huh? Why are you guys arguing?
My friend, you're just in time.
My friend.
You help me persuade Sino.
We agreed to work out a plan at the meeting. As mercenaries, you're familiar with the local environment. Had I known Al-Haytham would give you those kinds of suggestions, I would not have...
Look, you already know that we're all on the same side.
Mercenaries place a lot of importance on their bonds of friendship, but also will not hesitate to make sacrifices if they deem the situation to be sufficiently dire.
Seems you really do understand.
Traveler, Paimon. This is also something. Rahman's plan is to have me work with the Caravan Reebok guards in my capacity as a Matra. We will arrest the mercenary.
Wait! How can we work with the guard?
We can't get through that wall easily, remember? Caravan Reebok would never let so many unregistered members of the Eremites enter. My plan will clear us of any possible suspicion, and also let us enter the city as a big group. There is no better way.
That also sounds like something Al-Haytham told you.
Doesn't Al-Haytham know how dangerous this plan is?
Of course he does. He told me. There is no perfect plan, but this. He also said that with the help of Sino and the Traveler, our chance of success. I never blindly trust anyone, and I've always had a good eye for people. I think he made a number of valid points.
If I make the arrests alone, I can control myself and prevent you from getting hurt. But I can't guarantee that kind of discipline from the guard. To make the whole thing more convincing, you'll need to resist to some degree. Casualties are inevitable once push comes to... I'm okay with the deaths of enemies. But now that we're allies, I'm against the meaningless...
I can't believe a Matra would actually care about us. I've lived a hard life.
I've always treated my allies with honesty and respect.
Now you're making this hard for me.
Hey, is there something we can do to help? We can help fight some of the mercenaries, which should reduce the number of times you'll have to struggle directly with the guard.
Sino, on behalf of my people, I thank you for your kindness. But this is a mission we cannot turn our backs on. We strongly value the lives of our... We have no fear of casualties, because we crave the spoils of victory. So please, lend us your...
Well, now that you've put it that way. But remember, you need to follow the plan and not do anything reckless. Candace made it very... Since you and I both recognize the significance of this operation, there should be no more animosity between the followers of the Dendro Archon and those of King Deshret. Everyone's life.
Okay, you have it.
The guards should be stationed in the courtyard nearby. You can find them there.
General Mahamatra, to what do we owe the honor?
Keep your voice down. This is a secret operation. I'm going to arrest a large criminal gang near this location. According to the Academia's Guide and Regulations on Secret Operations, I have the right to ask for the cooperation of Caravan...
Ah, of course. Mahamatra Sino's order is the Academia's order. But who exactly are you planning to arrest, and how many people are you expecting? Depending on the scale of this operation, we may need to report it to a...
They're a squad of Eremites whose number is comparable to Ain el-Akmar in Port Ormos. They're involved in the theft and resale of supplies.
As many as Ain el-Akmar? This should definitely be classified as a joint up.
And I suggest that you report this to your superiors as soon as possible. And treat...
Got it. Please wait a moment. I'll contact them immediately.
भाई साहब यहाँ पे तो फुल मिशन बूम बाम हो रहा है forward mission.
Because this is work. Because I trust you.
Paimon can't believe you're still in the mood to chat. This whole thing is... Aren't you even a little worried? What if these guards already know that you've... Even if that guard doesn't know?
We discussed this, remember?
The Caravan Rebot operation is of great importance. But don't worry. The guards there shouldn't know that Sino has stepped down.
How can you be so sure?
First, the other Matra still don't know why Sino has left, which proves that the Academia has been covering up the mess.
Second, this is a crucial moment for the Academia's God creation plan. If something were to happen to the General Mahamatra, it's bound to attract a lot of unwanted attention. No matter how you look at it, they don't seem interested in
a reasonable inference.
Which brings us to our next issue. I'm sure some of you have been wondering if the prediction function of the
Akasha is still in operation, so I must remain on high. Actually, considering the power of the Akasha,
I've given that a lot of thought. For now, if you remember, when you first came to Aru village, all your actions and routes were predicted by the Akasha. It even gave that information to those who kidnapped the village keepers, but things like that never happened again after we met up with the...
That's true.
But look at it from a different angle. Why do you think the Akasha will predict your actions?
Because my personal data has been entered into the Akasha.
That's true, but the key to this question is, haven't you ever thought about it? Just how can it do this in the first place?
Because the Akasha controls the entirety of
The Academia firmly believes that all human actions can be explained through logic.
By sorting and analyzing entered data, the Akasha can derive behavioral logic and predict the actions of those who fit in existing law. However, at the risk of sounding like an advocate for fallacies, can everyone truly be considered logical at all times? Emotions are part of our behavioral logic. But can you guarantee that every experience of the same joy or pain would be equally intense? How can our feelings and opinions be predictable down to the letter in every... Sino, in the past, you've always worked alone. In the absence of another person who could sway, decisive and principled, you were used to solving problems alone. That's why the Akasha could figure you out. But now, you've joined a team. And our thoughts and logic have intermingled and weaved themselves together to become a complicated, chaotic mess. Any one of us could potentially disagree with another. The Akasha lacks data on these interactions, and it's impossible for it to predict your actions in the future based on your decisions in the past. After all, there's probably a limit to just how much we can be modeled or controlled by data. So, in my opinion, you're probably safe for now.
Makes sense to me. I agree. The Akasha is not alive, and I don't think we can...
Is that so? I guess there are things that even the Akasha cannot calculate, and people will not be forever trapped by the past. Next time, pay attention.
Will do.
Just remember to stay vigilant.
Footsteps!
General Mahamatra, we were not expecting your presence here. I'm the security officer of the Grand Deshret Desert District. My name is Luxembourg.
This is my assistant, the Traveler. She will be
Beep! Construct! Beep!
What a great honor to meet you. Your golden hair is as bright as the sun. And, is this the latest technology from the Academia?
Have you made a decision regarding the matter I mentioned to your subordinate?
It seems to be a dire situation, so of course you will have our full cooperation. To be perfectly honest, I've always longed to go on a mission with someone as...
There's no need for flattery.
Yes.
Take your most elite platoon and follow me to the eastern side of the district.
Understood.
Map.
Hurry, bring the map!
In 2 days, we will engage Rahman's Eremites and capture all of them. Any questions about...
None at all, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Maybe hanging around the General Mahamatra isn't so bad after all. Everyone's so respectful towards us.
This is all due to the absolute authority of the Academia. And now, we're going to strike back against that. Get ready.
Wait until the appointment time. 2 days. 2 days? Nice.
Time for the operation! Let's go meet Gyro in the
Wait a moment.
Oh, it's you.
You're my assistant, remember? Being my assistant, you must stay with me. Now let's head over there.
It's General Mahamatra and his assistants.
We meet again.
You're here.
It's to show how important we think the operation. Since this is a big case for the Academia, we are...
I'm glad to hear your sense of resolve. Remember, we must capture them alive. They are our only leads for the case. If they die...
Understood.
Everyone! The Eremites are approaching!
Make preparations and be ready for combat. Halt!
Oh? What a warm welcome! What do you want? Judging from those shiny weapons in your hands...
Rahman, the Academia has caught wind of your smuggling and illicit sales.
Who are you supposed to be? A Matra from the Academia?
I'm not here to talk.
Oh, nobody's given me this much time of day since I became... Brothers! For that slight, let's wash our blades with their blood. Let's show them we Eremites are not to be met.
It's over. Ah! We have subdued them. The operation is now over. All Eremite mercenaries and related personnel in the area have been arrested.
You pitiful Dendro Archon dogs!
I'm afraid you'll regret it first.
King Deshret will curse you.
Silence!
Oh!
Restrain them and take them back to Caravan Rebot. Count their numbers and send them to the Academia as instructed by the General Mahamatra.
Yes, sir!
Mahamatra Sino, I will now take my leave. If you need further assistance, please come to...
Understood. You are dismissed.
There they go.
Let's talk elsewhere.
This part of the plan went really well.
Yes.
That's fantastic. That punch you gave Ramon there? Sure.
Once we're done here, I'll return to Caravan Rebot and oversee the group's transport.
Yeah, you're the reason why everything went...
It's not the time to celebrate yet. Go join up with her. She will need you to introduce...
Speaking of which, is it really okay for us not to share the full plan with Tainari? What if he'll feel miffed about it and refuse to work with us?
I have a very close relationship with Tainari. Given how well we know each other, I believe my message alone should be enough to bring him to our side. If we need help, Tainari, get ready for the next phase of the...
Next phase of the plan. अच्छा बवाल बवाल मचने वाला है मतलब Sino is a cool dude.
We're here!
It's about time. Didn't you say our part of the plan is the most important of all? And here you... In the time it took you to get here, I already did 5 laps around the place, downed 7 drinks, and even did some clothes shopping.
Sorry. We didn't mean to keep...
I just wanted to fix your attitude and rub it in a little. After all, you took your sweet time getting here, and we've got important stuff to take care of. I just like seeing that serious look. All joking aside, I'm glad you're here.
Well, where's she...
Our responsibility is to get a status update on the Fatui Harbinger known as the Doctor. We need to make sure he won't get in our way when we rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dealing with an institution that controls all of Sumeru is already hard enough. If the
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है बहुत बड़ा बवाल मचने वाला है.
Impossible for us to achieve our goals.
Yeah, we sure don't want him showing up. Ooh, he really good.
Right? Hearing his name just reminds me of those stuffy old geezers in the academia. I'd rather not have to deal with someone like that. According to the plan, we should first go to Pardis Di and ask for Forest Watcher Tainari. If all Hatham and Sino's sources are solid, then we can be sure that Tainari still has the academia. So, we'll find Tainari and convince him to get us the latest intel on the Doctor. Then, depending on what we learn, we'll make any... The sages have placed spies everywhere on the other side of the wall. I'll follow you as a bodyguard. You should be honored. I don't offer my services to...
But Paimon thought mercenaries would do anything.
That's certainly true. But when multiple employers are vying for your services, you should always go with the best offer. Let's see.
How much more do you want?
How much do I want? Hey, how about paying me...
बकचोदी क्यों कर रहा है ये दो मिलके?
I haven't seen you smiling much recently. If you ask me, someone like you must look lovely when they smile. Come on, give me a smile so that I can be less worried. Looking good. I hope this pretty smile will become... There are many kinds of smiles, but only a truly joyous one can bring blessings to others. Let's consider this smile
तुम लोग साला ये फ्लर्ट वर्ट करना छोड़ो बे, जाओ ना बे.
Let's go. It's time to pay...
अच्छा, back to Pardis. Back again after a long time.
Ah, Traveler, Paimon. And you are?
Hey there.
This is our friend Dia. She's an Aramite
A mercenary? You must have some big news for me.
It's something really important. Please help us out.
All right, then. This place is better. We won't be disturbed by any passerby.
Super chat boy seems lama.
What is this
हाँ ना
important
भाई.
thing you want to ask me?
वही तो.
The doctor, huh?
He's that strange-looking Fatui Harbinger with the mask.
Yes, I know him. Actually, he left Party's DI just a little while ago.
He left already?
Yeah, he came looking for me.
Can I ask what it was? Sorry to ask you like this after having just met. But for now, all we can share with you is that your friend Sino is working with us.
Sino, you say? I see. So that's why he hasn't been at the academy. Okay. I will answer your questions and will assist you any way I can.
Sino's name really does work wonders. You're not even a little worried that we might have made it—
Despite having just met you, I can sense that you're the serious type. Between you, the Traveler, and Sino, none of you strike me as the type that would You don't need to tell me anything you don't want to. I'll also get straight to the point. The Harbinger you mentioned came to me because he wanted to take the scholar Hypatia away with him.
Hypatia? Why would he want her?
And what do you mean by take away? Is he—
Yes. He told me his return to Snezhnaya is imminent. So you mean you're leaving this place soon?
Indeed. Otherwise, we could have perhaps talked a little more. I was just about to set out when I remembered something important. To that end, I made a final trip to Pardis Di. Let me ask, have you been taking care of a scholar by the name of Hypatia?
Your sources are accurate. No doubt because you recruited many informants. But you're right. Hypatia has indeed been—
Forgive me for asking, but how's the treatment coming along?
Given the way you're asking.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. I would like to take Hypatia to Snezhnaya.
It's incredibly difficult to transfer a patient. As a scholar yourself, shouldn't you at least be aware of this?
Oh? I can't believe your utter lack of faith in me, to the point of even questioning my general level of knowledge. How unbefitting.
Well, you're the only one who's ever made such a request.
I have my ways of keeping her safe during the journey. In addition, I can also promise that under my care, I will personally supervise her treatment and see to her recovery. Would that be agreeable?
Hypatia was born in Sumeru and remains a scholar of the Academia. Her situation has not become dire enough to necessitate her transfer to another. Transporting her to Snezhnaya is risky, and the potential benefits are unknown. As the person currently responsible for her treatment, I cannot possibly sign off on this. Your suggestion is rude and reckless. I'll pass. I don't know much about the doctor, but after talking with him, I realized that, just like many other scholars, it's not so much that he's looking down on others, but more that he's so confident in himself and his abilities. I would never refer a patient to someone like him. I prepared myself for a protracted battle of wits, and was really surprised to see him just give up on the topic.
I see. Of course, your opinion makes perfect sense. You're still young, but already quite stubborn. I must say, you are not like... Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't just let you off the hook like this. But unfortunately, I'm in a hurry today. What with Her Most Noble Majesty, the Tsaritsa, calling for our return. Luckily, there is still some time left for me to take care of everything before... It's just as the Academia said. You're a responsible and gifted scholar. Sadly, even with all of... And that's also why people like you can never realize that sooner or later, everyone must pay the price for what they've learned.
Paimon can't help but feel like he's hit.
He asked a question, yet didn't care for my answer. Perhaps I'm nothing but a talking rock in his eye. He never came off as malicious, but an utter lack of compassion permeated throughout our conversation. From his tone.
I can barely believe it myself. But if that's true, the situation
I don't think I missed any details. Frankly speaking, I don't want you to do anything too risky. Now that you know—
Sorry, we can't tell you everything. We appreciate that you helped us anyway. I won't—
It's okay. I have an obligation to do so. To be perfectly honest— Recently, my master wrote several letters to me.
Hasn't he already asked you several times before?
Yes, but there's something off about this most recent batch of letters. The handwriting and tone are both familiar, but my master will occasionally leave a few dots on the back of the letter. 1 dot means that he wrote the letter on a sunny day, and 3 dots stand for a rain. This has been a habit of his for many years, but I didn't find any dots in his recent letters.
I get it. Since you are always at Gandharvaville, you would like—
I'd like to ask you to do that for me. If you can keep yourself safe. Please
I can do that, but I have a feeling it won't— The Academia has been working on a big project. I'm not quite sure what it is, but If the higher-ups really are hiding something, then it will be difficult to remove my— If the situation becomes critical, I'll leave the Academia. If you don't seem—
All right, we've got a plan. I'll stay at Gandharva.
If that scenario comes to pass, you must be extra vigilant. And be—
I must say, I didn't expect a warning like this from the General Mahamatra.
Being loyal to the Academia doesn't mean blindly doing whatever the sages say. On that note, aren't you also being quite distrustful of your alma mater?
The Academia, yes, but my master is a man of integrity. Even when I was a student, I was worried he'd get in trouble for sticking to his— I suppose he's lucky to have lasted so long.
I see. So you noticed something was up with the
This may well be how Sino became involved in all this. In that case, also, if you run into Sino again, please help me pass on a message to him. I think this may be something he needs to hear right now.
Okay, we'll find a chance to tell him.
Thanks.
Right. Now let's go hunt down— Oh, by the way, which way did the doctor go when he left Pardis?
That way.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. We'll be on our way.
डॉक्टर के साथ फाइट लोगे क्या तुम लोग? औकात आया है इतना अब तक? अब तक उतना औकात आया है? वो भी 2 नंबर हार्विंजर के
According
साथ?
to Tainari, the doctor is leaving Sumeru soon. I want to check if the doctor was actually— He also said that he'll take care of everything before he leaves. Just to be safe, let's chase him and see what we—
But we have no idea where he went!
We'll do it the mercenary way. I'll find leads as we go. All you have to do— That Harbinger may have tried to cover his trail, but he still left some traces. Or perhaps he never even thought about concealing his whereabouts. Maybe that's just how arrogant he really is. Yep, we're headed in the right direction. The traces are still fresh, but there's no sign of his entourage. Clearly they're in a hurry. It's just as I thought. We can stop here. I think I know where the doctor went. To the south of here is Port Ormos, which seems to be where they're headed.
Port Ormos?
That's right. Let's go to the port and have a look for—
attacking skills, seems we found the—
Shh! Don't draw their attention. The port is crawling with Fatui soldiers.
Let's keep going and see what we can find.
Now, this is a proper farewell ceremony for a Snezh Knight Harbinger.
The Lord Harbinger is leaving. I've still only seen him once or twice.
I used to hold a position in our homeland, and back then, the doctor spoke in a very different way from the way he speaks now. Maybe the way people talk in Sumeru has rubbed off on him? It's always like that when you spend too long away from home. When he gets back to Snezh Naya, perhaps it will also take him some time to get used to the life there again.
Huh? But, sir, that can't be right.
No, I remember it like it was yesterday. Both his expressions and tones are now very different. Also, for some reason, he seems like he's all smiles now.
You must be mistaken. Nobody's supposed to look happy when they're on a business trip.
The doctor is on that boat. So he told the truth after all. He is actually leaving Sumeru. Let's get closer and find a place to hide so... This place will do. We can hide here while we keep an eye on the...
Uh-oh! He saw us!
Huh? Is he...
It's time to say goodbye.
Wait, is he the...
You mean...
And where are all the soldiers we saw on the port just now?
They were all here just a few minutes ago.
So this was a trap. Wait.
Luckily, there is still some time left for me to take care of everything before I leave.
Oh no. They might be after Hypatia. Let's get back to parties.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm afraid that she's seen something that she wasn't supposed to see. If I were the Fatui, I would also try to take her.
Oh no! Are you saying they're going to...
Let's go!
ओ भाई सस्पेंस है भाई सस्पेंस है
Pardes Di is not a place you Fatui can just show up and...
I believe we've already made ourselves quite clear. Our superior gave us permission to search for it.
But you've been in Sumeru for some time already.
Even the Grand Sage himself may not have the right to question our research, much less an ordinary scholar. I've done my duty to inform you.
It would seem that my words have fallen. You can keep trying to deny it, but coming to Pardes Di now? I'm pretty sure.
With all due respect, your baseless speculation.
Well, you only have your Harbinger to blame. He knows nothing about I may be staying at Pardes Di as a scholar, but that it is still my duty to protect the peace and safety of the scholars who have contributed.
Then it seems our conversation.
No one will lay a hand on you, Hypatia. Not on my watch.
Are you alright?
I'm fine.
These Fatui have really crossed the line. Time to teach them a lesson.
There's no use resisting! Give us Hypatia! Keep dreaming!
Yes, my guy! Beat him up!
I guess.
The doctor's orders are absolute!
Yeah? You've been someone's lapdog for so long that you don't know anything else now!
I will end you. This isn't good. No escape.
भाग अपग्रेड किया है रेजर को चूतियो
We're not getting anywhere.
बहुत पैसा लगा अपडेट किया है
Paimon, please go to Hypatia. We need to make sure they don't try to sneak around and attack from behind.
Got it! Hypatia's still here. Doesn't look like anyone's broken in. Well, how is she? Oh, that's good.
So, you think this is over?
Paladir. Suspensive है, suspensive.
I've missed that look of abject horror. You've given me that look every time we meet.
But, where is he?
I can hear all of your thoughts, you know. Don't you remember? I already saw you the first time you came to Party's DI and made... I didn't need to do anything. It is her honor to be able to connect her consciousness.
Who are you talking to? It can't be the balance.
I know you must be curious. I might as well tell you that I decided to enter Hypatia's consciousness the moment I sensed your... I wanted to observe you on a fool's errand.
Hey, traveler!
My deification is nearly complete. All that's left now are just some final... Do you understand? Even if you manage to rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali, it will be impossible for you to defeat a bona fide god like me. Is it wise to force that childlike god into a divine... Scholars consider the god of wisdom to be the sum total of their faith. It's how they can justify reverence for a god as they can... But this also shows that humanity's worship of gods is a combination of blasphemy and exaltation. Yes. Yeah, I'm in a good mood, which is why I'm talking to you like this. What do you mean? Those words almost make you sound like a friend who but you're wrong. I'm different from all of you. I was born to become a god. My entire life up until this point has just been a meaningless routine. Just think about a sheet of paper. By itself, it holds no meaning. The content recorded on it is what gives it value. All I had recorded down before were some painful memories and boring human feelings. Such senseless drivel should have been erased a long time ago. Indeed, to me, the sight of you fools in your futile struggles is far more amusing. Tell me, just what has this world done for you to protect it with such zest and conviction? I'm connected to your consciousness, so I can hear what you're thinking and sense the depth of your determination. This is a good conversation we're having. So here's a word of advice. Let go of your misguided guardian complex. You know nothing about the truth. It'll be for your own good, as well as everyone else's. Humans are a species that can only find bliss . Ah, you've seen my affection for her. If you were in my position, she peered into my consciousness and saw my past. Someone like that is qualified to become my first follower. All gods need followers. So Hypatia has been chosen. Her appearance heralds my imminent arrival at the throne of divinity, while her worship shall become my glory. You're doubting me again? No matter. Who wants to hurt my devout follower? The doctor wants to hurt my first follower? How very amusing. Has anyone ever told you that you're not good at sowing discord? The doctor has never known his place. Even now, the puny human thinks himself capable of interfering in the business of the new god. You're still too naive if you think a few words will be enough to convince me to destroy the doctor. But I'm willing to give you a gift, just like my expression of affection towards Hypatia. It is an honor for you to be able to stand here and speak with me. As my listener, you will be rewarded.
Both good things and bad things can be called gifts. After all, gods have never needed to...
Paimon, here's Thunder! That person Paimon couldn't see was the Balladeer? Oh, he sure chatted with you. Where is the storm headed? That means anyone outside is in danger! Let's go!
Avoid the gate. Follow me.
Oh! Have the Fatui retreated? Hey!
He's hurt.
I'm fine.
Don't move. I've seen Eremites get struck by lightning before.
Struck by lightning?
We were fighting, and just as things started looking grim, the weather suddenly became extremely strange. Lightning started attacking everyone, almost as if luckily there were only two of us, and both of us were nimble enough to dodge most of the strikes. There were a lot of Fatui, though, and they were being torn to shreds by the bolts.
That... all the Fatui soldiers were forced to retreat. My wound aside, looked like...
Hey, didn't I tell you not...
Just in case.
अब पूरा इनाजुमा बना दो उसको, क्या दिक्कत है?
Thank goodness she's fine.
Hey, how about taking care of yourself?
I understand my condition.
Ugh. The more you understand medicine, the worse of a patient you become.
I know. They always think they can push through the pain.
Oh, he sat down.
Let me rest for a bit.
So that's what you were talking to the Balladeer about? Oh, Paimon can't believe what he's thinking.
The Academia's...
God, that sounds, ambitious, I guess? As long as I can enjoy every day with a drink in my hand, tasty food in my stomach, and a good night's rest, I must be the least ambitious person who's ever set foot in...
Don't say that. I haven't even thanked you for your help.
Don't mention it. Well, if nothing else, all this proves that the doctor really did have some urgent matter to attend to, and left Sumeru in a hurry. Maybe the Fatui want to cover up some secret of the Balladeer. Is that why they tried to seize Hypatia?
You said the Balladeer claimed that Hypatia has seen his past. So, what could be there?
Have you noticed? The Balladeer is not happy with the doctor's actions. He thinks the doctor has no right to consider himself as his equal.
So, if the doctor was to show up again, would the Balladeer zap him with lightning?
Based on what the Traveler has said, I think he would. Having the doctor gone benefits him as well as us. In other words, we've successfully completed this stage of the plan. The
Yay! That's...
Thank you for the help, Tainari. Make sure you rest up for now.
Yeah.
Okay, that wraps things up for us here at Party's DI. Traveler, it's about time. Let's continue to keep a low profile. You can head...
All right, everyone is here.
How did everything go? Any luck with your missions?
Let's report back one by one. I'll start first. We've made the necessary modifications to the Akasha terminal.
I'll go next. The Traveler and I went to Party's DI. The situation was a bit complicated.
Who is behind it?
Well, that's the tough part. What should I say, Traveler? The Fatui or the Balladeer? After some back and forth, we confirmed that the Doctor has left Sumeru by boat. He has something urgent to attend to back in Snezhnaya. So, we've successfully removed the Doctor from the picture. Also, Tainari's our...
Good.
Oh, Tainari also asked us to tell you this message. Trust your own senses and experiences.
Everything also went smoothly on my side. To avoid alerting the quarry, they will stay there for now.
I can't believe you actually got so many Eremites into Sumeru City.
It's all thanks to Rahman and his brave team.
It appears to have been very effective. I'm glad to hear it. Well, is that everything? Okay.
Huh? Wait, you mean that's it?
Well, what else is there to discuss?
Shouldn't you end with some words of encouragement? You know, to fire us up now?
Personally, I'd rather we all go home and get some rest.
I'll hate them. You...
Oh, and if you wanted someone to say something to that effect, then I must reiterate that I'm here to strategize and not to lead. So you should find someone more suitable to do that.
But I thought all of you Academia big shots were great speakers.
Then I should remind you that I'm the scribe.
I know that. So what?
A scribe is responsible for recording meetings, not...
Fine, whatever. Well, Cyno doesn't seem to be much of a talker either. I guess that leaves it to my employer.
Employer?
Yep. The Traveler hired me. That's right. So come on, boss. What do you have to say for the...
Yeah! Say something to boost morale! Huh? What are you all doing here? Oh, it's Nilu! Hey, everyone. I'm not
Not at all. I was actually just about to...
Judging from the group and all your serious faces, but you also look like you're up to no good.
Welcome, Nilu. Would you like to join us?
Huh? Join you? You mean... you also want to...
Yes. Nilu, are there any breaks in your performance schedule in the upcoming day?
Huh? Wait. I can't believe my ears. You are... Oh, right. The Traveler and Paimon are not from Sumeru. That's right! I must admit that, but I'll try my best for Lesser Lord Kusanali. If I can somehow use my abilities to help you, then count me in.
Remember.
Okay. I'll get my friends at the Grand Bazaar to help us tomorrow.
Just remember not to say too much.
Yep, you got it.
All the preparations are done. Now, can we finally conclude this?
So, have you thought up what you'd like to say, boss?
Yep. It's a grand plan and we're all super...
Well said. A good night's rest before an operation can be the difference.
Thankfully, I've had my place to myself recently.
Huh?
Oh,
Alright, let's all go home and get a good night's sleep so we can be up early tomorrow. Okay. So I guess that means it's... Yep, good night.
too?
Not really. I haven't got too nervous thinking what about you all, Hatham?
Naturally, I slept just fine. After all, a good rest should be considered part of the plan.
You just want to show...
It's crucial to dissipate any tension before we execute our plan.
The only thing you're doing is being annoying!
Anyway, do you need me to go over the game plan again? Our target is Grand Sage Azar's office. Everyone in the Academia knows that's where the Grand Sage's console is. Many restricted commands and operations are executed via that console. I'm sure that console has a...
You know, Hyman's been thinking, what kind of technology could let...
That isn't something they could have accomplished with their scholarly talents alone. In the Sanctuary of Surasthana, there's 500 years ago. The Grand Sage at the time modified the device so that it can no longer be controlled from the inside. They were effectively trapping one god with the power. Don't forget, today is Nyargarbaha Day, arguably the most important day to the sages and core academia personnel are busy loading the latest batch of research developments and legal decrees into knowledge capsules so that they can be entered into the Akasha. All the Darshan's researchers have their noses to the grindstone, and the Academia's grounds are flowing with all sorts of people. It's the perfect time when the Grand Sage leaves his office to supervise the entering process. That's our cue to access the console and free the Dendro Archon. Well, yes, that's just the visible side of our plan. If precedence holds, the Academia should have already started preparing for...
Everyone should be in position. All that's left is for us to lead the...
Let's go.
So are we just gonna walk in through the front door?
Yes. Were you expecting a stealthy...
Scribe? Please, wait. Are you Scribe Alhaitham?
That's me. Is something the matter? I'm in a hurry.
No. I was just surprised to see you here. I had heard that the sages were looking for you not long ago, but I didn't know what for. And, also, please don't bring outside guests into the academia.
Outside guests? How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Your groundless inference shames the Haravatat Darshan.
What did you say? I'm the top student in Haravatat, and I earned 3rd place at the last Inter-Darshan debate. Don't look down on me!
That wasn't my intention. As your Haravatat senior, I just assumed that you possessed a greater aptitude for critical thinking. Look, based on what you already know, the purpose of my return and the reason they're here should be obvious.
Is that so? Wait a moment. Let me think. Don't tell me the answer. The sages search for you. So, from the start, the sages weren't looking for you.
Hey, shh. Yes, you've proven yourself as the top student in Haravatat. I surmise you've arrived at the correct conclusion.
As I expected. Please, forgive me. I wasn't thinking clearly just now. Thank you for getting me back on track.
It's nothing. We'll be on our way then.
All right. Thank you for your contributions to the academia.
What the heck just happened now?
I'm afraid I don't know either.
You have no idea?
Mm-hmm. He convinced himself of whatever truth he came. That is the so-called pride of a scholar. If someone questions their academic facility, they will instantly feign understanding to keep up appearance. Nowadays, the academia is rampant with this type of scholar. Their obvious farces of intellect only serve to highlight themselves as fools.
Wow, so there are special ways to deal with smart people. We don't even need to make up our own excuses.
We shouldn't waste any more time. It would be problematic if we missed our window of opportunity.
Empty chest. Good for storage.
Is this the academia?
Indeed. Known as the House of Dana, it is quite possibly the most extensive special collections library.
There are a lot of students going through here.
The academia marches to a fast beat, especially since it's Nagarbaha Day. They're all just act natural. Now, her. It's a lift that Academia personnel use to access.
Are we gonna take it then? The Grand Sage is—
No, not right now. We can't guarantee that we won't run into the Great Sage. Let's step back and observe.
You think the Grand Sage will act, and after he does, we'd sneak past him?
Who knows? However, if we can confirm Azar's current location, our operation will—
Allow me to offer you a hint. If you wish to know his location, look behind you. Do not tell me you believed the Academia would not grow suspicious of— An eyewitness had informed me of your whereabouts, so I came to person—
Great Sage, I didn't expect you to care so much about me.
I'm sure, but compared to you, I am far more interested in these two unexpected guests. It's a pity that only now have I been afforded the opportunity to formally meet two of Sumeru's most esteemed guests. Excellent. You immediately initiated discussion instead of attempting to prepare some perfunctory excuse. You clearly understand the situation at hand, and have no— The foot traffic here renders this place unsuitable for discussion. Please.
This place is crawling with guards. There's no way out?
All right then, traveler. What did you wish? Today is Nyagarbha Day, so I still have many responsibilities to attend to. There is little time for idle chit-chat before I— You seem to know quite a bit about our— If that is so, then you should be praising our great work.
Trivial?
Then tell me, what do the Fatui want from me? Those are all completely worthless. Benefits, divine power. These materialistic words do nothing but debase our— Creating a god. Yes, we are using human wisdom to create. If humanity cannot attain omniscience and omnipotence, then we shall create a god to reveal them. This is the pinnacle of— We shall regain a god's guidance at long last. No longer will we flounder in the interminable void of Even Ermin's soul will be freed from its— For our nation of scholars, this is the ultimate aspiration. No cost is too great. You will never understand the rapture of having a god be born within your very hands. Gods exist on a plane that far eclipses humanity's. Lesser Lord Kusanagi. Care for the people, fend off sandstorms, fabricate silly fairy tales. These are but child's play for the Academia. We are a people favored by Greater Lord Rukadevata. Though I may have personally not seen it, our forefathers bore witness to— The ascension of the Lesser Lord has brought nothing but bewilderment to the scholars. They all ask, is that truly what— With that in mind, it is better to keep her isolated in the sanctuary of Suristha.
What a pathetic justification! Do you really think that only the super smart or powerful should be able to call themselves gods?
As per your judgment, Grand Sage, they are indeed dangerous, and not only are they acting against the Academia, but their ideologies have the potential to lead scholars astray. Looks like there really was merit in my assignment.
Haytham? Are you talking about a—
Anyway, I've brought them to the Academia as ordered, but it took some time and trouble. Oh, that reminds me. Here's the investigation report you had requested. It's a summary of my time spent with the Traveler. An array of information about her, ready for your perusal.
Haytham? So you're— We finally started to trust you!
Excellent. Detailed contents with no errors. I would expect nothing less than an immaculate— As it is Nyagarbha Day, I'll enter the information on you into the Akasha. Sure.
We'll be monitored, just like Sino.
With the Akasha's calculation prowess, all of your actions will be predicted with an accuracy of at least 98%. Furthermore, your data will be updated in real time whenever new information presents. To put it into words you can understand, wherever you go, you will be walking under an invisible leash. This is Sumeru's— Are you not familiar with the concept that great responsibility begets an equally great suspicion? In any case, you are Sumeru's most concerning external variable. Locking you down will greatly decrease the chance of any undesirable outcomes coming.
You're despicable!
Despicable? Perhaps from your perspective, but I suppose you would mentally... Your ploy was to sacrifice the traveler here, was it not?
Lord Azar, I know what you're trying to say, but I've been following your plan this entire time.
Must I delineate your entire plan? Very well. First off, I received an eyewitness report that you were spotted with the traveler at Caravan Rebat. However, you immediately departed for the desert and escaped surveillance range. Judging by the time, you all likely encountered the truant General Mahamatra in the desert.
Maybe Paimon shouldn't have mentioned Sino just now.
The Academia had not received correspondence from its scribe for a prolonged time. You were also in the company of the Traveler, a close associate of Lesser Lord Kusanali and General Mahamatra Sino, who had defected from the Academia. With their instigation, what was the probability that you would betray the Academia?
Regardless, that's only a guess. The facts are that I've brought the Traveler right before you, and I gave you my report.
Indeed, your boldness deserves praise. To think that despite status as an outlander, the Traveler is still willing to sacrifice for the sake of your plan. If I'm correct, you have a contingency plan to save Lesser Lord Kusanali and ruin our great... Sneak into the Academia on Nia Garbahade, using Alhaitham's status as the scribe. For there is a good chance that an opportunity to save the Lesser Lord, should your intentions be discovered, Alhaitham will turn traitor and sacrifice the Traveler, thus proving his innocence. He can then stay inside the Academia and continue searching for a way to proceed forward. As for Sino, according to the Akasha's calculations, he will soon return to the Academia and confront me.
You'll see me as a traitor regardless of what I say, no? Even if you impugn me, it would have little effect on you all.
You misunderstand. Losing our scribe would irreparably damage the Academia's regular operations and the development of Sumeru's future academic systems. However, under the current circumstances, even that is trivial compared to what we stand to gain from our great work.
You said that I betrayed the Academia, but you, Azar, you've betrayed all of Sumeru, betrayed its Archon.
So flight has turned to fight at long last. Guards! Well, what do we have here? So you stole that divine knowledge capsule?
Traitor! You traitor!
Even the most rational scholar will yearn for the power of a god in a moment of desperation. Aren't you doing the exact same thing as me, Alhaitham? Unfortunately for you, no god will lend you their power.
Azar!
He has gone completely insane. Take him to the Matra and exile him to Aru village. Then find someone to take these two to the confinement room. I'll deal with them later.
Grand Sage, we've finished all required preparations for Nyagarbahade. We may begin to enter the capsules now.
Excellent. You may begin.
got a bit carried away there. How was Paimon's acting just now? Great, huh? Everything's going according to plan so far. We made it into confinement, and Alhaitham's probably done with his part too. We even managed to trick Grand Sage Azar. Alhaitham, what are we doing next? Paimon has trouble remembering things when she's worked up. Right. Paimon.
Apart from that, we still have yet another goal in the first stage of our operation, which is to...
Why do we want to get her locked up?
She's always been the person the sages are most afraid of, as well as the greatest obstacle to the successful implementation of their plan. They are very aware of the risk she poses to them. Once the traveler is imprisoned, the sages will likely think that everything is under control. And with their guard down, the next phase of our plan will have a much higher chance of success.
I can already see the pompous looks on their faces.
Oh, that's a super tricky plan. But Paimon still thinks it's not...
That isn't the only reason, of course. She has a more important... According to the Academia scholars in Ramon's custody, Lesser Lord Kusanali has sealed off her consciousness in the Akasha ever since she was captured by the Doctor. That way, they can't pry any more information from her. Even if we break into the sanctuary of Surasthana, it will take time to awaken Lesser Lord Kusanali's consciousness. We need to do that in advance.
So our job is to wake up Nahida! Okay, totally worth getting thrown in jail for.
The confinement room is inside the Academia, close to the sanctuary of Surasthana. It's a completely enclosed space. I'll work with Ramon's scholars to make some modifications to your Akasha terminal. Once you're in, get as close as you can to Lesser Lord Kusanali and try to connect to her. However, as for whether she'll actually wake up,
No wonder you've been wearing your Akasha terminal today. It's the one that Alhaitham modified. Paimon thought they'd take our Akasha terminals when they locked us up in here. Were they being careless? Alright, so what now? Sounds easy enough. We can finally talk with Nahida after all. There's a light flashing on your Akasha terminal. It's almost like... the faster it blinks, the better the signal. Whoa, it's Mora! Mora! No, Paimon, we're not here to hunt for treasure. Huh? Is this the right spot? Are you getting anything?
Nahida! Hey, Nahida!
When did it first start? Oh, right. It started from the moment I wanted to become a worthy Archon. So I've kept studying, kept listening to my people and kept looking for a way to save Irmin's soul. So I can catch up to Greater Lord Rukit, but I'm stuck in the sanctuary. The sages are creating a god to reply, and I'm forced to lock my consciousness in this boundless...
Nahida! Nahida!
It's so quiet here. Now that I think of it, I don't think I've ever actually... Do Archons have... Should Archons have I been doing the right thing? Am I... Really? How do I... It's... so quiet here.
Since you're the god of wisdom, you've known the answers to all these questions since the very beginning.
You're right, though. I won't...
Nahida?
Did you wake me up?
We're here to rescue you.
I'm fine. When I think of everything that's happened to me...
You should have been angry ages ago.
Huh? Oh, you're back! How's everything? Nahida, Paimon was listening for any sounds outside. You were out for a long time. There are fewer and fewer scholars going about now. You think everyone's done with their Nyargarba Day stuff? Yep, so that means our next act is...
Nilu, are you sure about this? You're taking such a great risk for them.
I'm sure, and I'm going. You know that I don't like to pass up any opportunity to dance, and...
All right, but if anything happens, the few of us here may not be able to help you.
Don't worry. They've been through worse. Everything's going to...
All right. You know, if you really do get arrested, we'll...
Thanks, Mr. Zubair. You're so very kind. Stick to the plan.
Nilu, how's it going? Nervous?
Definitely more than usual. But it's because I'm worried I won't dance well enough.
It's okay. Just focus on your performance.
You sure know how to talk. Taking all the credit, even though...
Well, thank you both. I'll have to treat you to a meal after all this ends.
Ooh, that sounds great. Huh. How can we say no to that?
All right, let's get back to business. Nilu, we'll be here to keep people from going to the academia, so they...
I was planning on telling them something like, the academia's been conducting a weird experiment, and some of their test subjects escaped. It's really dangerous there, so stay away.
Oh, you couldn't think of anything better? Oh well, I guess it does sound like something the academia would do.
I think it sounds great. I'm counting on you guys.
Don't worry, it'll be a piece of cake.
Hey, Nilu! Sorry, it's great to see you, but I'm really busy right now. Our bait people away with Yalda. Do you want some candy?
Vihar, thank you so much for doing all of this. And I'll pass on the candy, though. I cut back on sweets in the period leading up to a performance, and I'm about to...
You have a point. The stage...
Yeah, thanks to you.
You're welcome. The honor's all mine, since I'll have such a great view of the show.
never seen a performance like this. This is incredible.
Yeah, but I heard that public performances like these have been banned. I can't believe she's doing this here.
Grand Sage, there's some commotion outside.
How uninteresting. Issue the new Prohibition Act from the Akasha to the guards. They'll know what to do.
Do you think we should, like, stop her?
Let's just watch for a little bit longer.
Did you hear that? It sounds like a lot of guards just ran. Does this mean the plan has moved on to the next stage? Yep. It's great that everything seems to be come to think of it. When did Al-Haytham replace the knowledge capsule that was about to be entered into the Akasha? Oh, so that's when he did it! Paimon was too nervous. Speaking of, didn't Al-Haytham also yoink the divine knowledge capsule from that mercenary leader in Port Ormos when everyone else was distracted? It's a time-tested trick of his. Why are we complimenting him? Yeah, he's smart and all, but he still makes... Let's review our plan for this stage again. It's not like we have anything else to do right now anyway, and it'll help us feel more confident. Paimon remembers that Nilou's task was supposed to go a bit like this.
Now that Lesser Lord Kusanali's consciousness has been forcefully sealed, the core figures of the academia and their guards have started to wear their... With the doctor's technological support, they think they have nothing to fear.
How despicable of them to...
But this is also our chance. I was originally asked to draft the knowledge capsule for the Artistic Performances Prohibition Act when I was still at the academia. It should be on the Grand Sage's desk right now, and will be entered into the Akasha during the next Nyargarbaha Day.
Are they really going to stop all artistic performance?
I'll make an identical knowledge capsule, but this time, I'll smuggle some misleading information into it. We only need to find an opportunity to switch the capsules. Once it's been entered into the Akasha on Nyargarbaha Day, if someone were to be seen performing in public, the sages would definitely use that opportunity to announce the ban. And so, the misleading information will be disseminated amongst the guards.
Sure sounds complicated. But it seems like if everything goes well, that's pretty clever. Getting right into the... I just have one question. Even if we manage to get the misleading info out to the guards, how can we be sure...
People who are used to relying on the Akasha become less inquisitive, and their ability to distinguish truth from misinformation is significantly reduced. They will view everything the Akasha releases to them as the unequivocal truth.
The Akasha will turn humans into machines. I've seen it happen many...
Yikes. Good thing I didn't wear it for long when I was working in Sumeru City. At first, I thought it was a good thing too. By the way, this plan still requires a performer, right?
Do you have someone in mind?
Nilou of Zubair Theater. I know her really well. We can trust her. I'm kinda hesitant to ask her to participate in a dangerous plan like this, but we can ask her in person.
All right. After the guards and the academia are gone,
then it'll be time for me and my stowaway brothers to shine. Here they come. Did you see that, Raman? They came out from the academia.
After laying low in the city for so long, this
is the moment.
We couldn't do anything to them inside their coop. But outside the academia,
A lioness like you, the prey sure won't be able to run far.
we still need to eliminate the guards as soon as possible. If we give...
All they've done is to sit on their cushy salaries and twiddle their thumbs all day while we fought and struggled at...
Speaking of which, most of the guards who report directly to the Six Sages belong to the Core of 30. But they have a completely different... Following those blasted sages every whim, throwing away all the principles of being a mercenary. As someone in the same profession, I'm obligated...
Indeed. The trap has been set.
All right, let's each take a road and herd those scattered guards back into one place. Make sure to attract their attention. Isak will be the key.
You gave such an important task to that child.
It'll be fine. Isak was so determined to help. So, besides, even if he's caught, the guards would be too scared to do anything to him. They've never seen Lesser Lord Kusanali in person, after all.
You've got a point. Anyway, I think I see them coming.
Good luck.
This outfit.
Hey, do you remember what you need to do, Isak? When the guards get here, you'll pretend to be Lesser Lord Kusanali and run away from...
Oh, yeah, I remember. Of course I do.
Relax. Don't think about getting caught. Even if that happens, you only need to think about getting the guards' attention and leading them to the Grand Bazaar.
Okay, got it. I'm here to pay back Lesser Lord Kusanali for helping...
Hey, they're here. I can see the Academia guards.
All right, it's time, Isak. Take...
Why is there a guard over there? Did he already run ahead of me? This is different from our plan. But there's no time. I need to make a...
Let's have a look behind the house.
What should I do next?
Huh. Looks like nothing's here. A wasted time.
Luckily, he didn't check behind the tree. What should... The guard looks alert. What should I do next?
Hey, stop! I saw you. Don't...
The guard looks alert.
Doesn't seem like anything unusual's around here.
Looks like the guard finally left.
Hey! Lesser Lord Kusanali is over there! Stop! What? Lesser Lord Kusanali? How did I not notice that?
They found me. This is bad. Where should I...
The target suspected to be Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped into the Grand Bazaar.
भाई साहब क्या बकचोदी था ये?
Where did she go? How did she disappear? Did we lose her? Hurry up and...
Hey, why is your team here? Didn't we say to split up our search?
Hurry, hurry! This place is... Why are you all here?
Yeah, isn't it one heck of a coincidence? Everybody's here. What on earth is going on? I suppose that's all of you?
Who are you? Did you set us up? What are you?
Phew, that was rough. I almost got...
Little brat? So you're not actually Lesser Lord Kusanali? Who?
Just some colleagues. Think of this as a business competition. Or, after stepping into our traps, stop thinking of yourselves as hunters.
An ambush? How's that possible? This is Sumeru.
You've spent all your time hiding away in the academia. This place is...
This is odd. The academia has quieted down after the conclusion of the Where are the guards? Why have
Grand Sage, how may I be of assistance?
I called for the guards. Why did you come?
My apologies. Right now, all academia guards have entered the city to perform the ordered arrest.
Arrest? Who is... I have an ominous feeling.
Arrest Lesser Lord Kusanali, right? Is that...
Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. I wouldn't dare make up something like... Right now, everyone is in a panic, and many are saying that Lesser Lord Kusanali will take...
What happened? Just what is going on? Lesser Lord Kusanali somehow escaped? Was it... That's impossible. The academia is heavily guarded today, and any order to release Lesser Lord Kusanali would be strictly confidential. Besides, Alhaitham and the Traveler... What manner of trickery did they employ? How could Lesser Lord Kusanali disappear? Wait. How was the arrest order distributed to the guards?
It was issued by the Akasha earlier today. Only you have the authority to send messages like that, so...
Let me check. Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped from the sanctuary of Surasthana. Go to the city. The Akasha indeed contains this information, and it clearly appeared in my mind. How did they bypass my permissions to issue this kind of message? Was it the report about the Traveler that Alhaitham submitted? No. I specifically checked that knowledge capsule before entering it into the Akasha. Could that have been a red herring? Well, even if I figure it out now, it won't make any difference. Important... Have you been to the sanctuary of Surasthana to
confirm? It may be a bit offensive to say this, but Grand Sage, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. How can the information in the Akasha be inaccurate? What the Akasha decrees is fact. That is common knowledge to all of us. If we have to confirm the information and knowledge from the Akasha ourselves, then how is that any different from us learning that information ourselves? Wouldn't Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's legacy lose its meaning that way?
In the beginning, it was I who asked you to believe in the Akasha, to believe in the legacy left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Are you trying to use my words against me?
No, Grand Sage. I'm merely confused because I believe in you. I never meant to refuse.
Stay here and see if there are any suspicious people around.
Yes, Grand Sage.
Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped from the sanctuary of Surasthana. Go to the city and arrest the escapee immediately. How can that be? Stop thinking about it. Stop. It must be a trick of theirs. As long as I personally confirm... Ah! Impossible. That's impossible. There must be... Oh.
What a comical sight, Azar.
Ah!
Once the Akasha has put certain thoughts into your head, even the Grand Sage can no longer see what's right in front of him. You all can only see the world in your mind, the one you think you know. And precisely because of this, you disregarded Lesser Lord Kusanali's existence. She has been a wise and worthy Archon.
Sino, have you been waiting? The Akasha predicted that you would return to the Academia to confront me. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I was careless.
No, you were blinded. Your faults stem from your reliance on the Akasha. You're still the same as always.
I truly did not expect a proud person like you to cooperate with all hate.
People change, Azar. Admit it. The Akasha can't predict my actions anymore.
Then tell me, what have you found during your...
You want to buy time? This is the sanctuary of Surasthana. Under your own regulations, even Academia staff are forbidden to come here. No one will come to save you. As for the investigation, I've at least confirmed that you are guilty of insurgency against the Archon. A serious crime.
So what? Did you do all of this so I would plead guilty in front of you, General Mahamatra?
No. I want you to plead guilty in front of the Archon herself. You once said that I had no standing to judge you. So now, how about judgment in the name of a god?
Bye 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 bye.
How long do we... Paimon hasn't heard any sounds outside for a while. Yeah, but aren't you scared that we... Thinking about it, when Paimon thinks of Nahida being imprisoned alone in the sanctuary...
Here comes your savior.
Yeah! Paimon just knew you would come to rescue us!
You two really owe me some big thanks. I had to search through who knows how many guards to find the key here. It felt even more tiring than whacking them.
Thanks a lot. Need Paimon to rub your shoulders?
No, that's, I'll pass.
What are you afraid of? Oh, are you ticklish?
Now isn't the time to talk about being ticklish. Things in the city and on Sino's side are both going well. The guards that stormed out of the Academia, the Corps of 30 is in charge of the city's defenses. But we already talked to Asfand. They've been fed up with the sages bossing them around. As long as it doesn't break their employment contracts, they'll turn to blind.
That's probably because you've been super great friends with them for a long time.
The Grand Sage is in his custody. Even I know how terrible it is to fall into Sino's hands, so he probably does too. Sino forced him to release Lesser Lord Kusanali. He has no... So, hurry to the sanctuary of Surasthana. We should have already rescued our Archon. Honestly, I didn't expect our ragtag bunch to do this well. We just came together last minute to save the Archon. Alright, you two better go. I still have to clean up some messes in the city. See you around.
ब्रो आज ही खेल देगा क्या साड़ी के अरे सेंसे ब्रो मजा आ रहा है सच्ची में मतलब टू बी ऑनेस्ट ना जब से सुमेरु घुसा हो ऐसा लग रहा है मतलब खेल ही रहा हूँ कि खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है जब से यहाँ पे आया था ना खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है बहुत लंबा है बाकी इनाजुमा इलेक्ट्रो आर्कन का जो क्विज था फिर पहला वाला कौन था वो भेंटी वाला ये सबसे लंबा है वे लेकिन मतलब बीच में बोरिंग हो जाता है बट फिर भी ये लोग सस्पेंस बरकरार रखते हुए पूरा सस्पेंस और बहुत अच्छी तरह से बरकरार रखे हुए मतलब चाहे स्टोरी लंबा बना दिया लेकिन ऐसा बोरिंग नहीं बनाया हुए मन लगा रहता है पूरा मेरे को अच्छा लग रहा है वे लंबा है बीच में बोरिंग लगा था वो जो जब वो आर्माइट्स के पास वो गया था ना दया गया था ना अपना हाथ एक कुर्बान करने के लिए सो दैट वो लोग वो अल-हाइथम को ट्रस्ट करे उस पार्ट से ना बहुत मजा आ रहा है उस पार्ट से मतलब इट्स टू गुड स्टोरी लाइन हाँ अभी खत्म हो गया ऑलमोस्ट ये देखो अपना डेंड्रो आर्कन
They say it's nice to meet you.
मैं एक बात बोलूं सेंसे ब्रो पहले थोड़ी देर में फाइट होगी फिर स्टोरी खत्म। हाँ, हर एक बार में तो फाइट होता है ना एंड होने से पहले, वो फाइट तो मस्त होता है भाई। मैं एक बात बोलूँ, मैं जब पहले स्टार्टिंग किया था, मतलब जो गेम इंस्टॉल करने से पहले हमने थोड़ा वीडियोस वगैरह देखा था, ठीक है, तो मेरे को कुछ नॉलेज नहीं है, कुछ आर्कन वार्कन ये सब कुछ पता नहीं, आर्टिफैक्ट तो बाहर में ही जाओ। मैं ये करेक्टर देखा था नाहिदा को, ठीक है, फिर और थोड़ा सा ये क्या बोलते हैं पाइमन और ट्रेवलर का कुछ ऐसा कट सीन्स देखा था। तो मैंने क्या सोचा था कि ये जो पाइमन है इसको चेंज कर सकते हैं, जैसे अभी करेक्टर हम लोग रेजर ले सकते हैं, फिर ये करेक्टर से चेंज कर सकते हैं रोजारिया। तो ऐसे मेरे को लगा था कि पाइमन को भी हम लोग चेंज कर सकते हैं और ये लोग का भी एबिलिटीज होता है, और नाहिदा वही एक करेक्टर है पाइमन की जगह में। मतलब भाई साहब, बाद में जब हमने 1-2 दिन खेला उसके बाद ही पता चल गया भूसरी के तो डेंड्रो आर्कन है।
This is the first time we've met in real life. Before, we've only met in dreams, consciousness, or when I was in someone else's body. Thank you so much for coming to rescue me, but during this time, I did some self-reflection. My sense of inferiority and yielding to the academia led to all of this, and created so much trouble. Exactly! We're here because you're a good Archon and one of our... Thanks, you... Amazing. So this is how it feels to walk out of that cage with my own body. It's like I just had an endlessly long dream. I can't even tell if I just woke up or was only now born into this world. My concept of self has become so clear. But now doesn't seem to be the time to indulge in this feeling. This is really embarrassing. You all just rescued an Archon, and now she needs your help to save her country, and even the entire
अरे
world.
भाई लोल, अबे वही तो हमको भी ऐसा ही लगा था कि ट्रेवलर फाइट करता है और ये वो ट्रेवलर का जो कॉम्पेनियन है वो साथ में से मतलब सपोर्ट वाला एबिलिटीज है उसके पास, और नाहिदा जितना भी छोटा छोटा करेक्टर है, दौड़ी को तो बाद में देखा, एक और देखा था उसका नाम पता नहीं है, लाल वाला शायद पायरो का ही होगा, तो वो भी ऐसा पाइमन साइज का ही है। तो हमको वही लगा था। अभी ये मेन कैरेक्टर के, हाँ वो तो सब बार बताता है भाई, वही तो मजा है ना।
It's okay. With you here, Paimon's sure that everything will work out. There's one more thing. What is it? For all the things the academia did to me, and for all the folly it committed in the name of wisdom, as their Archon, I will make them pay. Ah! Wow! That's the spirit! You're finally standing up for yourself and not letting people walk all over you! I understand now. To be a better Archon, I first need to better myself. If you haven't even figured out how to be a caterpillar, how can you be a butterfly? Yes, true. That reminds me. We need to hurry and prevent the birth of that false god. I need to make some preparations. Since I'm now free, I can establish a direct link to the Akasha and control it. First things first, I need to remove the restrictions that the doctor put on me in the Akasha. After that, I'll make some adjustments and revoke the sage's permissions. The Akasha will then be like how it originally was, only operable by the Archon. After all, the Academia betrayed Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's trust. This might take some time. In the meantime, you should also work on your own preparations. If we don't stop the God creation plan in time, we'll be in for a tough fight.
वेंटी और रेडन को पता नहीं था सिबलिंग के बारे में, और जोंगली हरामी ने बताया नहीं। हाँ, मेरे को इतना याद नहीं है क्योंकि मैं बहुत रैपिड जा रहा हूँ ना, लेकिन वो ऑप्शन तो आता है, एनीथिंग अबाउट माय ब्रदर। हाँ, याइमिको को पूछा था ना, तो याइमिको ने बोला था पता नहीं, बट आई विल लुक इनटू इट, ऐसे बोला था याइमिको ने लास्ट में। हाँ, आर्कन फाइट के बाद याइमिको ने नहीं बताया, याइमिको ने बताया। फिर वेंटी तो वो सब तो भाई बहुत पहले हो गया था, अभी इतना आइडियाज भी नहीं था। और जोंगली कमीने ने बोला है, जोंगली को सब कुछ पता है, पर कमीने ने बोला मैं नहीं बताऊंगा। मैं नहीं बताऊंगा। जोंगली भाई अलग ही स्वेग है उसका, भगवान है, उसको उस रूप में नहीं रहना है।
Might as well prepare for a fight. When we're done, we can take a walk around. After all, we missed out on a lot of stuff when we were locked up.
फाइट किससे करना होगा ये मत बताना, ठीक है सेंसे भाई। किससे फाइट करना होगा ये मत बताना प्लीज। इतना पूरा दिन खेल रहा हूँ, पूरा 6-7 आवर्स बेकार चला जाएगा। मतलब देखो लास्ट वाला फाइट उस टाइम हुआ था। अबे भाई
Internal structure and operation procedures are easy for me to understand. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's design is truly brilliant.
हाँ क्या बोल रहा था मैं, वो गॉड ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स है तो उसने कुछ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया था किसी साथ, वो सब बोला नहीं। हाँ पता है। देखो मैं बहुत रैपिडली खेल रहा हूँ ना, लेकिन मैं सब कुछ आर्कन क्वेस्ट में जितना भी डायलॉग बजे होता है ना सब कुछ पढ़ के, एक भी डायलॉग अब तक मैंने वो स्किप नहीं मारा है। मतलब मैं अपने आंखों से पढ़ लेता हूँ, डायलॉग का वेट नहीं करता। अगर पढ़ के हो गया तो मैं स्किप मार देता हूँ, लेकिन ईच एंड एवरी डायलॉग में पढ़ लेता हूँ, तो मेरे को सब कुछ समझ में आ गया। बट रैपिड है ना वो, आज देखो एक ही दिन में कितना चला गया, तो ऑलमोस्ट मैं ये भूल जाऊंगा। लेकिन अगर कोई थोड़ा सा भी 1-2 वर्ड बोल दे ना तो मेरे को पूरा याद आ जाता है क्या क्या हुआ था। हाँ उसने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लिया था तभी नहीं बोला वो। और हाँ जैसे वो चाइल्ड के साथ फाइट हुआ था, फिर एक फाइट और हुआ था, ऐसे क्या था उसका नाम, आर्कोन ने मार दिया था ना उसको, सिनियोरा। हाँ सिनियोरा, ऐसा कुछ फाइट होगा लास्ट में, बट किसके साथ होगा वो मत बताना सेंसे भाई। पूरा 6-7 आवर्स पानी हो जाएगा।
Oh, also, this is for you.
Huh?
What's this little floaty? It's a small device I put together just now. You can think of it as an upgraded Akasha Terminal. You may not need it right now, but it should be helpful in certain... Wait! This thing has the same characteristics as Paimon! We're both small things that float! All the things that make Paimon special got copied! When Paimon appears with the Traveler from now on, people won't remember Paimon because she isn't unique! It's alright, Paimon. It's only a flying device. But you're the You're so good at comforting people, Nahida. If only the Traveler was as smart as you.
और तुम्हें एक सेकेंड, हाँ और तुम्हें सिनियोरा का कटसीन कैसा लगा? अच्छा था। हार्बिंजर का जितना भी है ना सब कुछ अच्छा ही है बे। वो हार्बिंजर का जितना, वो डॉक्टर, फिर सरामुसे, फिर किसी का हुआ था, सब कुछ ओपी है भाई। सिनियोरा कैरेक्टर भी दिखने में अच्छी है, लेकिन बेडेस दिखने में, बेडेस एक अलग बात है और दिखने में क्यूट अलग बात है, दिखने में इनोसेंट। अभी देखो याइमी को बहुत क्यूट है वे, बहुत। ठीक है रेडियन वाइफू चीज है वे, रेडियन तो अपनी वाइफू माल है भाई। याइमी को भी बहुत भाई। फिर निंगवांग इज ए सेक्सी कूल वीमेन भाई। निंगवांग तो चाह गई वे दिल में मेरा।
I was simply telling you what I feel to be the truth. I wasn't trying to comfort you.
दोनों बेस्टिस का प्यार।
What you just said made Paimon even happier. By the way, there's something I need to
ये ना पाइमन का साला हार्मोनियल ओवरफ्लो होता है, पता है बीच में।
Even though I'm the Archon and in control of myself again, I'm not very good at fighting. You may have heard that an Archon's power is derived from their people's faith. However, I'm not as well loved as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. If we get into a situation where combat is our only option,
पता है वो, मेरे को पता है वो ह्यूमन नहीं है। उसका पूंछ भी है ना क्यूट वाला।
I'm glad I can rely on you. So the God of Wisdom isn't good at fighting? That actually sounds about right. I've located where the false god is. Time is of the essence, so let's skip to...
ओ भाई ये इलेक्ट्रोआकॉन है ना, इसके साथ फाइट बालादेव इलेक्ट्रोआकॉन है ना भाई, रेजर को लेकर क्या फायदा होगा बे। इलेक्ट्रोआकॉन है ना, बार बार तो मास्क चाहिए भाई, इसके बिना नहीं होगा।
May knowledge guide you.
हाँ कोले को भी नहीं लेंगे, रहने दो, हेजो भी रहने दो। अच्छा बलादीर के साथ फाइट होगा, हमने चेंज क्यों किया? अगर सिलेक्ट करना ही ओ नहीं ठीक है मेरी जान।
What is this place? Wow. Who would have thought there'd be a place
यूट्यूब में सर्च करना एहेते नंदायो पाइमन का सीन, जो जापानीज में वो बड़ा फेमस हुआ था। अच्छा नोले डाल दो, नोले का वो नहीं है भाई, सिर्फ शील्ड मिलेगा बस। देखो नोले का सिर्फ शील्ड मिलेगा और कुछ नहीं, वो भी कितना टाइम रहेगा पता नहीं, ना वेपन है ना आर्टिफैक्ट्स है, इसीलिए नोले को मैं अपग्रेड नहीं करूँगा। ठीक लगता है बट फिर भी फ्यूचर में अगर जियो कुछ मिल गया ना हमको, तो जैसे कुछ भी अगर जियो मिल गया तो करेंगे, कुछ देखेंगे। फिलहाल तो उतना मन नहीं है वो जापानीज में। और हम भी सोच रहे हैं ये जो डायलॉग्स है ना, वॉइस ओवर जापानीज करने के लिए 2 GB का डाउनलोड करना है भाई। एहेते नंदायो पाइमन का चिन्ह का करना होगा एक, इसको स्क्रीनशॉट मार के रखते हैं।
The safest and most convenient way would be to build within the academia. That's true. They were already hiding one god, so why not two? Judging from the structure here, the project is a huge undertaking. The sages really saw that, but this place doesn't look like it could have been constructed by the academia alone. The Fatui under the doctor sure didn't hold back. They provided a lot of technological support. Yeah! Or else they wouldn't have been that generous.
इसीलिए पता है सेंसे ब्रो, मैं ना 2 DPS बनाने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ। 2 DPS, एक तो रेजर अपना है और एक रोजेरिया को ना फुल DPS बनाने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे पास कैरेक्टर्स है नहीं, ठीक है। तो रोजेरिया और उसको रेजर को दोनों को ऐसे सिचुएशन के लिए, देखो अभी ये इलेक्ट्रो आर्कन नहीं है, सपोज कायरो आर्कन या कुछ होता, सपोज नहीं ये जो है जिसको मारना है वो इलेक्ट्रो का है ना, वो हार्बिंजर, क्या नाम था उसका, बेलादीर। तो अभी वो कायरो का होता तो रोजेर को निकाल के मैं रेजर डाल देता, अभी ये इलेक्ट्रो है तो रेजर को निकाल के कायरो डाल दिया, सॉरी कायरो डाल दिया। इसलिए 2 DPS बनाने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ। और अपना जिंक्यू तो है ही भाई, वो मैंने अपना मैसेज तो रख लिया था। 1 सेकंड तो सुनना होगा, 1 सेकंड, स्क्रीनशॉट किधर गया, 1 सेकंड ना। इसको सर्च करेंगे। अरे यहाँ पे आईफोन पे साला टोन नहीं रख सकते वे अपने हिसाब से, वही दिक्कत लगता है।
I've always felt that this doctor is different from the academia sages. He doesn't seem to share their sense of, instead of being interested in the end product. The Fatui Harbingers are all such weirdos. So this Fatui that they're trying to turn into a god is called the Balladeer? We had previously come into contact with his consciousness. He harbors one is the desire for a gnosis, since he was created to be the vessel for one. The other obsession is probably related to his past. I can't quite explain. Paimon knows that he was a prototype puppet for the Raiden Shogun before he became a Fatui Harbinger.
पता है।
That's why he wants a gnosis so badly. There's no way he'd willingly be a test subject. Now with that temper, it sounds like you know the Balladeer quite well. I see. tell me more about the more we know now, the better we can plan for and react to any future.
अच्छा
Alright, time to go.
Work time. Let's begin. Time to work.
मेरे को आलसी यूज करने का मन नहीं है भाई.
Time to fulfill my duty.
Almost.
It isn't time for a break yet.
Let's end this quickly. I slipped up.
बोस्टिक आलती यूज करने का मन नहीं है साला. हाँ पाइमन, हाँ हमको पता है, तुम नहीं बोलने से भी होगा, लेकिन पाइप क्लाइंब वो आगे. ये भाई यहाँ होगा पाइप. एक काम करते साला हम मूत के आते हैं. मैं किरी गंदा वाला फाइट होगा. मेरी जान कहाँ हो रहा है, कहाँ हो रहा है?
The pattern on the ground seems all messed up. Let's go around and see if there's a way to fix it. Let's continue.
Sorry. Sorry. कितना भाई? ओ अबे चादर मोड, वहाँ पे गैप था क्या? क्या करना है बे? ये पाइप में जाके कहाँ जाएंगे? जगत ओ अबे यार फिर से यूज कर रहा हूँ मेरा ऑप्शन को.
No more words. Let's end this quickly.
ये उसके पास जाके मारो ना आपको. पैटर्न बनाना है क्या? कैसा पैटर्न बनाना है भाई? ओके एक सेकेंड, ऐसा पैटर्न ना? ओके
You'll get frostbite. Cut water. Freshness preserved. Chill to the bone. Ow! Oh no! Pay your dues.
ये तुम जिंदा हो क्या? अच्छा
Cart is stuck. Maybe there's something wrong with the tracks. Let's try adjusting the direction of the device near the tracks.
जाना हमको उधर है, ठीक है? तो हाँ ये रहा। ओके आओ, अब आओ। ब्रो बॉस बड़ा छोटा सा है, स्मॉल मतलब
Have a load of this. Shouldn't get careless.
माँ की साइज में स्मॉल। हाँ वो तो है। अच्छा एक सेकंड। जाना किधर है? उधर। कुछ अलग ही चुचापा हो गया बे। लिफ्ट किधर गया बे? वो रहा, जाना है उधर। अरे यार
Everything is negotiable, except overtime.
उड़ के जाएंगे वहाँ पे ना कि हाँ ओके, आ जाओ इस बार, आ जाओ अब। मैं बहुत तड़पाया इसने। अबे यार,
No more words. Use this. Stay right there. Let's end this quickly. Use this first. This is brilliance. That seemed to work. Use this first. That seemed to work. What an annoyance. Use this first. This is trouble. Come at me. Have a load of this. Looks like I went too far. Shouldn't get careless.
My prince. This can hurt. Not this time.
ओ भाई चालू हो गया। ये दिखने में इतना ज़ॉम्बी जैसा क्यों है ये?
Looking at its operational status, we must prepare for the worst. The god they wanted to create is likely close to completion or already— Oh no! What should we do? Paimon can't imagine how hard it would be to fight against that Fatui Harbinger with a no.
Are you?
If you really want.
Yes, I am. This is probably. I feel not just nervous, but
curious.
Curious about, to me, everything we perceive in this world. And if it's a form of knowledge, then it. However, only fate is about that which has yet to occur. So to me, fate is. That's also why I love observing humans and all the things that happen to them. And now, at long last, I'm not just an observer anymore. I will personally experience my own fate with you by my side. Isn't this so?
Ah, so that's what you mean. Paimon thinks.
Agreed. Okay, let's continue on. I can sense his aura from here.
You can sense his aura from here. Eh? ओ भाई 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 चालू हो गया शायद चालू हो गया What the चला अभी एक इलेक्ट्रो आइकॉन से तो लड़के आया था भाई फिर से एक और अच्छा ये आइकॉन तो नहीं है
Who would have thought the world would be so eager for my birth? I remember you, Booer, the god of wisdom, and standing beside you, the traveler.
Is he all-knowing and powerful now, like Greater Lord Rukkhadevata?
No, I can't feel the same kind of divinity I felt from the Greater Lord. It seems that the sages didn't get the chance to infuse the divine knowledge capsules into him. But even still, he has undoubtedly become a true god now.
So we're too late? The Balladeer has already become a god?
The Balladeer. A long bygone title. When my spirit ascended to divinity, I felt as if I had existed for the same number of epochs as heaven and earth. Looking back, the existence of what once called itself Kunikazushi appears infinitely
उसका
small and
पपेट था
ugly.
शायद सुपर सेट बोल उसका पहला वाला पपेट था शायद टेस्टिंग के लिए जो लिया था ना वो वाला है शायद
A body that capitalizes on the Balladeer's original construction as a mechanical puppet, with the Gnosis serving as a constant power supply. How much effort and resources did the sages put? From a purely technological perspective, it's a commendable achievement indeed.
Don't know, but Raiden is something to him. अरे वही है Raiden का जो फाइनल था ना उससे पहले एक था पपेट टेस्टिंग के लिए लिया था लेकिन वो लिया नहीं और हार्बिंजर्स ने वो ले लिया तो यही है वो तो इसका कारण इसको चाइल्ड या सिबलिंग ये सब माना जाता है चाइल्ड या सिबलिंग माना जाता है मतलब ब्रदर माँ की किरकिरी एक इलेक्ट्रो आर्कन से तो मार खा के आया था 2 दिन पहले इसके पास जीनोसिस भी है तो ये भी आर्कन ही है ऑलमोस्ट
But I don't think he's reached the spiritual height of a god.
Strife is engraved upon every god and every
यार
gnosis
सुसानो लग रहा है मेरे को भाई
brought forth into this world. Can you feel it? The exhilaration of such power and the thrill of anticipation for our contention.
He wouldn't feel the same things as you.
Do you not realize that you are interrupting a conversation between gods?
सुसानो लग रहा है बे हाफ सुसानो
Know your place.
The strife engraved upon a gnosis. You're talking about the Artavat's current peace was not easily won. I didn't personally participate in all those losses were meaningless, driven by the demands of the law.
Is that so? This is a first. Encountering a god in this world who does. No wonder your own people have abandoned you, god of wisdom. Your judgment is as your existence. Unsubstantial. This is where everything ends, Booer. The god of wisdom. You should know that wisdom cannot solve every problem. Like now, where your only option is come.
Okay.
Let us reenact a scene of the Archon War. Churn!
Costa Rica.
Perish! My endless cycle.
ये मारता ही रहेगा क्या नॉन को?
Feeble human. At my command, you shall
क्या है ये? क्या
fall.
उड़ सकता है मैं? उड़ के कहाँ जाएगा बहुत तरीके? हाँ, ये बॉस है क्या? ओ भाई, ओ भाई, ओ भाई। इतना ऊपर से गिरेगा तो मरेगा बे। और this is the real deal. This is the real deal. हमने तो अल्टी ही फुल सुसानो हो गया बे। दिस इज द रियल डील। मेरा कैरेक्टर छोटा लग रहा है इसके सामने। हाँ यस।
Burn to oblivion. You filth.
ओके, ऐसे मारेंगे क्या? भाई क्या है? कैसे मारेंगे इसको? अच्छा काटती में। जितना भी अपग्रेड कर लो रेजर को, मारेगा यही। Epic bro, epic. This is some anime shit I am watching right now. तब से देख रही थी क्या साइड से?
This is supposed to be a battle between gods. Yet you choose to hide behind a mortal. And now, you're acting like you'd sacrifice yourself for a human. Are you having fun proving a false sense of heroism to yourself, Boor?
The data collection is almost complete. Do you even know how many times you've tried to take my gnosis from me? We just concluded the 168th loop. Did you know that in the effort to create you, the people of Sumeru were forced to live through the exact same number of Sub-Zerus festivals and Samsara cycles?
The power of dreams. When did you use it on me? You can't even defeat me in a dream. What do you hope to achieve with this little trick?
Come, Traveler. Just like before. Allow me to awaken the memories in your dreams.
All that battle experience!
It's more than that. Compile everyone's wisdom in the name of the Archon. That is the original function of the Akasha. I've sent everything that happened just now to the people of Sumeru in the form of knowledge. I've asked them to help you find a way to defeat the false god.
Oh bye. What the way? Worth it, bhai, worth it, worth it.
All of Sumeru's
पूरा दिन जो खेला
is
मस्त
at your
है.
disposal.
Meaningless tricks won't save you. Are you done with your tricks? Can I finally take this as a real battle between gods?
I'll leave this to you, the first sage of Boor.
A thousand eons, mine to dominate.
ये नाहिरा कैसे यूज करता है भाई?
Burn to oblivion! Filth! Kneel!
43 का damage.
Reality is pain!
बाय 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 इधर दिवाली बरसा दिया बे.
Good riddance, cruel world.
ये कैसे मारे थे? How to kill this? ओह, नाहिदा कैसे यूज करता है भी?
Your new god awakens! Trim now! Your eyes have been opened. Burn to oblivion! Kneel! Tremble! Reality is pain! Burn to oblivion!
वो नाहिदा अच्छा है वे एपेक का वो सीन.
Humans. Filthy humans.
Not bad.
No! Wait! Please! Anything but the gnosis! That's mine! Don't even try! I'll never go back!
We haven't yet found the answer to the most important mystery. Irminsul is still waiting to be saved. With the power of another Gnosis, we may now finally understand the last memory of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
This is...
That's right. This is the last memory of my predecessor.
Oh.
This sure seems very different from what Paimon imagined.
Yes, that is our destination. But I didn't expect the remaining consciousness... Forbidden knowledge? It seems you know about a concept that even... forbidden knowledge once polluted the desert thousands of years ago, but was successfully repelled thanks to King Deshret's self-sacrifice and Greater Lord Then. A second instance of forbidden knowledge pollution occurred during the Conria Cataclysm 500 years ago, but I'm afraid it is much more serious this time.
So, if we're in the remaining consciousness of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, and it's also been affected by forbidden knowledge pollution, then does that mean in order to save—
Yes. It's very possible that she didn't completely eradicate forbidden knowledge, but if it weren't for her actions, the pollution, the way that everyone, including me, has forgotten everything about forbidden knowledge may very well be due to her I'm just sharing her pain. The pollution of her consciousness here is so— Did she fight to resist the forbidden knowledge pollution in such terrible conditions? All the way up, she even used her last remnant of lucid consciousness to leave a clue for us to follow. Yes, her words were distorted by forbidden knowledge, but now we have a chance to find— We can cross the polluted consciousness until we found the right path to meet with her lucid consciousness, and then we'll let Greater Lord Rukkhadevata tell us the truth in person. Each of us need to be mindful of the state of our own consciousness while even with the Gnosis' protection, we must always keep a clear mind. Don't worry, it should be easy enough for you to keep that mind of yours.
Are we in the air? And why is there a huge boat?
That's the boat of consciousness, which symbolizes reason here. Its course is the direction of consciousness's travel.
Wow. What are these? The monsters seem to have been affected by them.
और भी है क्या? puzzle.
We changed direction.
Judging from the current route, the boat of conscious.
नाहिदा का भाई अटैक मस्त लगा बे 60 लेवल का ही तो दिया था मेरे को 50 का भाई साहब 5-star character भाई OVR कौन
We'll be arriving at our destination soon. How are you feeling? Are your mind?
Huh? But everything's been complete.
Hopefully there won't be any more interruptions.
Are you saying you've never met Great?
No. It seems that might otherwise. I think she would have given me a little more guidance.
Hey, you've done a great job, Nahida. So, is this the place you were talking about? The base of Irminsul?
Well, this is the place.
We're here to find Greater Lord, but...
Is that... Are you...
Yes, that's me. Are you surprised by my appearance?
What the heck?
Irminsul and the surrounding lands have been reproduced here as they were years ago. We are manifestations of the same nature. Hence why we would appear exactly...
We're...
Because you are me, and you are me in the new samsara.
The new samsara.
As Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, I'm the avatar of Irminsul. And you are the purest branch snapped from Irminsul. Imagine it this way. Even if a tree dies, its branches will I'm merely the remaining consciousness of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. The real me has presumably died a long time. Judging from your appearance, I've probably been dead for 500 years. But you're finally here. My new self in the samsara.
If this is true, then am I...
Though we share the same nature, our fates are bound to be different. When a branch grows into a mature tree,
That's why fate is the ultimate knowledge, isn't it?
That's a great insight. Yes, very good. It's also precisely why you won't become like me. But perhaps you may become an even I already see a determination in you that I didn't possess in my time. And the future that it leads you to will be yours alone. Along with the blessings from your past experiences. Don't worry. The growth of wisdom is like that of a plant. You only need to wait quietly for the flower to bloom.
Come to think of it, Sages never had the faintest inkling of the meaning of wisdom.
Thank you. Nothing makes me happier than discovering that the Archon I always admired. It's so nice to speak with you, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
The feeling is mutual. From the moment I snapped the branch off Irminsul and created you,
Could you tell me why you wanted to create me?
Ah, I see. You're everything that day. Even the sky itself changed into a color like this. At that time, the seven were all summoned to the nation of Conria. Except for me. I had to protect Irminsul. The disaster occurred together with the pollution of forbidden knowledge. At that very moment, with my consciousness connected to Irminsul, I sensed something was wrong. The pain started to torment my mind. By the time I reached, had I not repelled the pollution of forbidden knowledge with King Deshret thousands of years ago, I might have felt even more.
So what exactly is forbidden knowledge?
It's a kind of knowledge that doesn't belong to this world, and a form of truth that can't be understood. It came from the very bottom of the abyss. Even I couldn't. The world is constantly rejecting it, leading to, if we allow forbidden knowledge to pollute Irminsul, I'm afraid the entirety of...
So, there's knowledge that even the God of Wisdom can't...
At that time, I knew I couldn't repel the forbidden knowledge with my strength alone, which is why I created a device that compiled human wisdom.
It's truly the world's most amazing invention.
Thank you. For a long time, I thought dreams were the fruit of human wisdom. Though it was selfish to do so, I borrowed people's dreams using the Akasha. Then I compiled their wisdom and all of my own power.
Well, did it work?
Thanks to the wisdom of the people of Sumeru, almost all the forbidden knowledge was cleared from Irminsul, but things didn't go as smoothly as I thought. And then I remembered that my consciousness was also connected with Irminsul. It brought me knowledge and wisdom, but vile corrupt. From the very beginning, my existence had been polluted by the forbidden knowledge.
Oh no. I've experienced that pain in your consciousness.
Yes, but my feelings weren't important. The important thing was that even if I died, my existence and everything related to me would continue to exist in Irminsul as memories and knowledge, meaning that the forbidden knowledge couldn't ever be permanently eradicated. And there's no way for me to eliminate myself. It would be a sort of paradox. So, I took the purest branch of Irminsul as my incarnation in the next samsara, and left a trail of clues, all in hopes that you would come here and remove me and my pollution from Irminsul forever.
Wait!
So you realize what that implies? You are very smart indeed. Irminsul has all the knowledge and memories of this world. And as you've realized just now, removing me from Irminsul means I essentially will never have existed in this world. But this is the only...
People love you so much and they've missed you so much over the past 500 years. I'm exactly the same. How can we just... Is there really no other way?
You're the god of wisdom, Booer. You should know that there is no other...
But this is so cruel. I don't want to forget you.
No need to feel so sad, Booer. As someone who delights in wisdom, you should feel joy at finally finding the answer. These are the words in their entirety. The answer you've been seeking all along. Let the world completely forget me.
Oh God.
We all nestle under the great tree of wisdom, peering out to perceive the world. From the earth and from the rain, we perceive its wonders, until we become a white bird to perch atop a branch, and finally snap off the most important leaf. Once upon a time, I alone dreamed in this world. In my dreams, everybody would also dream after they fell asleep. Wild and wonderful thoughts would emerge from their minds. Some tumbled to the ground, and others floated to the sky, connecting all things in the world into one dazzling net. Among a plethora of worlds were numerous smaller worlds, all of fate, finding within the tapestry their brilliant glow. I gradually understood that these indescribable and constantly changing things are the most profound things in the world. Only they can completely repel the madness. Only dreams can awaken consciousness from the deepest darkness.
मोमेंट है भाई, मोमेंट है.
I'm the one who posed this question, yet also the one who sought a solution. Saving the world with the dreams of the people used to be my answer. And now, you've also found your own answer, and I shall return all the dreams to the people. Goodbye, people of Sumeru. May you be blessed tonight with the sweetest of dreams.
I'm alright. We've just saved the world, right?
Oh भाई, हाँ हाँ.
So why am I crying? I don't know where this feeling inside of me is coming from. But I feel precious now. We used the power of two gnosis to successfully. We removed the remaining pollution.
Yeah, what's wrong? Weren't you there just now?
ओ भाई, इसको कैसे याद है?
That sound.
I've been waiting here far too long. But finally I have the chance to be alone with you.
The doctor! What have you done?
Just a type of sound wave that can quickly put defenseless people into a dream. As I expected. It doesn't have any effect. This is the only thing of interest I've found among the sage's research. I thought I'd take it for a... Don't worry. I know you would never forgive me if I actually killed. I'm here to negotiate with you. Naturally, I won't do anything dangerous that could potentially damage our...
Negotiate with me? I heard you had already left Sumeru.
I left Sumeru, but I also stayed in... Even the God of Wisdom is restricted by the habits of cognition. How disappointing.
सो जाओ भाई. अरे रेक्स ओपी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. भाई नींद नहीं आ रहा है बे.
An astute guess. Even the same individual will have different cognitions at different ages. A long time ago, I made a major decision in hopes of preserving all my perspectives of how I observed the world.
हाँ भाई सेंसे ब्रो, दुख लगा बे बहुत. मतलब इमोशनल वाला सीन्स था बे. स्टोरी लाइन भी कितना अच्छा था बे. माय गॉड.
Observation is the first step of any experiment, but observing the current world doesn't satisfy me. It lacks an important dimension. So I saved segments of
और
all
background
my
music भी मस्त है
pages
वे.
and made them into independent individuals. That's all there is to it. Indulge me. How does the God of Wisdom find my method of seeking knowledge?
It's an insult to the very concept of what life inherently has many rules and restrictions, each with its own significance and reason to exist. They can't be broken on a whim.
Good. Amazing, even. Indeed, it's difficult for humans to make peace with themselves, not to mention oneself from a different period.
Since you are in the academia, why wait until now to show up? You could very well have stopped us and helped that fake god.
Simple. Let me ask you this. Would any staff member ever help the subject in the middle of an experiment? It was my experiment. So why should I interfere?
The academia saw the plan to create a god as their ultimate goal. Yet you really are crazy. If the experiment succeeded, you would have had a new god on your hand. Would you still take the same stance? Would you still hold the same view of yourself?
I'm first and foremost a scholar. These results should be left to the judgment of the hypothetical me confronted with that outcome. But you're right. And that's exactly why I'm disappointed with the conclusion of this experiment.
As an individual, you don't have any sense of belonging. You seem to have even fewer convictions than a typical...
Oh no, I certainly have my own convictions. They just don't fit your standards, that's all. All right, that's enough conversation for today. The experiment is over, and it's time to tidy up the equipment and reclaim any useful materials. For example, the Gnosis. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you're an intelligent Archon. I'm sure you understand the disparity in our combat abilities at this time. Besides, you have no way to use that Electro-Gnosis in battle.
Didn't you say you were here to negotiate with me? Somehow, it's...
After all, I'm also a scholar. Naturally, I hope to show proper respect and dignity to the God of Wisdom.
Your hypocrisy is built on absolute confidence. I understand your scheme, but... What if I were to destroy the Gnosis now and awaken the heavenly principles?
Awaken? Do you think that's really possible?
The heavenly principles have been silent for many years, but the Gnosis are symbols of their control over Tevat and all the laws. Will the destruction of a Gnosis attract the attention of the heavenly principles? And if so, how do the Fatui plan to deal with the consequences? Do you dare to gamble such a possibility with me?
Gamble? How surprised. I thought you would show evidence or use rigorous reasoning to prove your point. The word gamble is the last thing I expected to hear from the God of Wisdom. But this is a clever move. You must have seen through me when I first captured your consciousness. As a scholar, I respect all possibilities. This has always been my principle and is an essential trait as an experimenter. Indeed, I can't ignore this possibility. So
This foreign Gnosis will only lead to disaster if it stays in Sumeru. But this Electro-Gnosis is the prize I obtained after defeating one of your fellow Harbingers. Now, as the one who initiated this cascade of events, shouldn't you pay the corresponding price?
Price? Interesting. What price would you have me pay?
How about erasing all your other segments?
So this is how you wish to restrict me, the most threatening opponent of the Nation of Wisdom. What you request of me is like plucking out the eyes I have placed in the dimension of time. Segments are extraordinarily difficult to make. They require extremely rare resources and enormous amounts of time and effort, requiring me to destroy them all here and now. Yes, how very interesting. Can I assume that you have long been wary of me? Among all the versions of me, this segment you see now is the most selfish. If it weren't me, your idea wouldn't have worked. What did you see when you were imprisoned? You were observing me, and that's how you know I've long grown tired of their doubts and endless arguments.
Like you said, it's difficult to make peace with yourself. Being as smart as you are, have you...
I see. If you think all those versions of me are worth a gnosis, then deal.
You sure didn't hesitate much. Is the relationship between all the versions of you really that bad?
I don't think there's any need to dwell on that. The surplus versions of me can be exchanged for a gnosis. Do you think anyone can offer themselves at a higher price? Besides, with my abilities, it's only a matter of time until I find better perspectives. Perhaps it's best to say, you're just temporarily ahead. But what I'd like to know is, how can you be sure that I've really erased them?
I can see your remaining honesty.
What a ridiculous decision!
Sheer
You can't be
foolishness.
serious!
How could I have been so short-sighted?
You think this is the end? Wait, I'll have
Please
wait.
wait. You'll make
Good
this moment
riddance.
count.
You will regret this.
Well, have you confirmed that it's complete?
Here, take it. The future of Sumeru City will be in my hands alone. I will shut down the Akasha and let curiosity and the thirst for knowledge drive the realm of academics once again. There won't be any further gaps for you to exploit.
It truly pains me that my academic achievements have never been appreciated in my homeland. Of course, I have no interest in being rejected by this city for a third time. Another chess piece. And where is your dendronosis?
Don't be greedy, Harbinger of Snezhnaya.
No, this is a different transaction. If you intend to turn off the Akasha anyway, then there's no further use for the Gnosis of Sumeru, is there? Besides, isn't it the Archon's duty to deliver what's desired of the Seeker? Oh, judging from your expression, you don't seem to find the idea very agreeable. Then let's think of it this way.
People exchanging knowledge with the God of Wisdom is the stuff of legends. Yet here you wish to exchange knowledge for the God of Wisdom's property. Arrogant as that is, it has piqued my interest.
Let me ask you, have you in all your mighty knowledge ever heard the rumor that the skies of Tevat are fake?
Huh?
That's the secret hidden by Ermin's soul concerning the truth of this world. Once I finish telling you about this, it will be time for me to say goodbye. With negotiations, we've all gotten what we wanted. I'm very...
Your arrogance may know no bounds, and convictions may mean nothing to you. But I'll still listen to what you have to say.
Are you awake? Kali says it's time for breakfast. Come on, get up! Good morning! How are you feeling today? Good to hear. It looks like we've recovered pretty well. Not even Tainari could stop us from going out. Come on, traveler.
Good morning. Looks like you're awake.
Yep, yep.
I prepared some breakfast today. Please.
It's nice to have you here so we can eat something yummy.
Well, now that I've recovered from Ezrealzz, I'm feeling better than ever. I can even prepare.
And Paimon bets they're on.
Oh, by the way, someone brought a letter for you after you went to sleep last night.
Nope. Paimon wanted to read the letter with you after you woke up, so Paimon didn't open it. Alright, let's read it now. Oh, it's from Neil. We're going to hold a feast at the Grand Bazaar and celebrate Sign as heroes of Sumeru. Please be sure to attend. I'll wait for you.
Oh, I've also heard that you've become heroes here as well. Everyone's aware of your abilities.
Anyway, let's go to the Grand Bazaar.
Oh, before you leave, be sure to inform Master.
Good morning. How do you feel today?
We feel much better. How about you?
I'm recovering well. Thanks for asking.
Well, from the looks of it, you seem to be already busy.
It's fine. I'm not that busy, really. The Ezrealzz patients have recovered, as well as Hypatia. For now, I only need to tend to my Forest Watcher duties.
It seems once Irminsul started getting better, everything...
Yes, but there are still some residual effects. The withering is one example. Though it won't spread anymore, the existing zones won't just disappear.
By the way, we have some good news. Sign up...
This news is hardly new. He had already mentioned it.
Huh? You mean he was already here?
He visited once, but he was afraid of disturbing you while you were resting. He just asked me a few questions.
And you probably already know all about the
Celebration feast? No.
Huh? But didn't Nilo...
Perhaps, or...
Come to think of it, Sinop doesn't seem like the type who'd enjoy a celebration feast. You and Kale are both Sinop's close friends. Why don't you come to the feast with us?
Kale has taken over some of my tasks these days. I don't think she'll have time for it. You see, some VIPs have come to the forest recently.
Huh? VIPs? Very important Paimons?
Well, technically speaking, they are former VIPs. The sages involved in recent incidents have begun their training in the Avidia forest, and the people they had previously imprisoned have all been released.
Huh?
Yes, he's a little weak, but he isn't injured and his condition is... Lesser Lord Kusanali, in her boundless mercy, has decided to spare Azar and the other wrongdoers. Supposedly, they were ashamed of their shallow ideologies and have decided to dedicate the rest of... When they learned that Lesser Lord Kusanali had defeated the Balladeer and saved Irminsul, they were shocked at first, but also became happy, feeling that the sacred light guiding them on the path of discovering wisdom had been... As a result, work has increased.
That sounds really
There's nothing we can do, But that's another topic. Back to the matter at hand.
Ah, right! We're here to request...
You've recovered well.
Yay!
Well, there won't be any problems if the feast starts at that time. Everything...
Mr. Zubair, I finished tallying things up here. Well, except for the guests.
Is a simple reply really that much to ask of our guests? It's affecting our arrangement.
Oh, it'll be fine. Besides, it never hurts to get things ready in advance.
I was thinking the same thing.
Hey, Nilu!
Traveler, Paimon!
We got your letters, so here we are!
You're the best! The other guests haven't even replied yet.
Huh? Are we the...
Yeah. I had someone deliver letters to all of our guests. But maybe...
Look, I get it. Sumeru is in an extremely important period of transition right now, but even if your friends are important figures, they shouldn't just ignore you. Nilou is Sumeru's #1 celebrity. You have no idea how happy I am.
If you consider enjoying Nilu's dances having good taste, then almost everybody has, because Paimon thinks everybody will love her.
That's right. We all think she's amazing too. Nilou is an absolute favorite among those of us who frequent the Grand Bazaar. For Outlanders, you have a great Master Zubair. Let's have a vote for the most outstanding audience members next time. I think these two may win.
Nonsense! It is not for us to determine. But indeed, we could try giving gifts to people with particularly good taste. I heard there's a device in Fontaine called a camera that can record people's appearances as pictures.
Ooh, good idea.
I don't want you giving pictures of me to everyone. I'm satisfied.
There's always a lot going on at the Grand Bazaar.
Yeah. And that's Traveler and Paimon? Could you help confirm if the letters were... If for some reason they didn't receive the letters, then please tell us...
Yeah. We can also check out how everything...
When I wrote the letters, I heard that Deep asked for Sino. We've only heard... I'm not too sure about Ramon's whereabouts. As for Dunyarzad, I just hope she's feeling better. I sent her a letter, but...
Okay, got it. Let's go, Traveler.
It seems Scribe Al-Haytham has gone to the House of Dana. You should be able to find him there. But you're already the second group of people I've seen looking for him today.
Oh? Who else?
Mr. Cavey was just here asking about him. You wouldn't believe how terrible their relationship is. Don't tell me everyone's here looking for gossip about the sages.
No way. We're strict.
Ah, I see. Sorry, I thought maybe everyone's as interested in rumors about the sages.
Haytham should be around here somewhere, right? Oh, he's over there! But it looks like he might not have time for us.
Just put down that worthless book and tell me what happened in the academia.
This is not just some worthless book. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find a physical book like this in Sumer?
It doesn't matter. It's probably just another thing that you used your authority to get your hands on anyway. Just put it aside. Listen, I came back today only to hear that the sages have disappeared.
Oh, you sound surprised. I thought you would already know the inside story.
Would I be here asking you if I knew? You're the scribe, not me. So just tell me what you...
Well,
Huh?
Oh, don't sound too surprised now. You're the renowned Kaveh, light of the Kasharawar. Besides, as a master builder and craftsman, chances are you'll be appointed as a sage too.
Why do I feel like you don't really mean it?
Huh. What makes you say that? Why would you question my heartfelt...
Maybe it's because you've never said anything good about me before.
Yeah, well, I share a similar sentiment. And anyone who knows you as well as I do would surely do the same.
Ugh, you... See? This is why I hate discussing anything with you. Your ridiculous and arrogant attitude always gets in the way.
It seems that you really can't stand my personality.
Ha!
Well, then you might as well move out of my house.
Are you threatening me? Ugh, and don't change the subject. You, a sage? What a joke. The academia might as well just close tomorrow.
Are they having a fight?
Forget what's going on with the academia. Haven't you been busy with your
Don't get me started. I get angry just thinking about it.
So, what great building did our master architect work on this time?
Like I need to tell you. Keep your nose out of my...
No. I think we deserve to know. Where were you when Sumeru needed you most?
I was in the desert for a large project. Which is truly unfortunate. I can only pity the man who doesn't understand the first thing about beauty and romance. Hold on, wait a second. What do you mean by when Sumeru needed...
Well, while you were out fiddling around in the desert, many people came together to save Sumeru from a crisis.
Ha! And you think...
Look, all you really need to know is that Azar and all his accomplices have all been overthrown.
Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?
It's no skin off my nose if you don't believe me. It's not like my Darshan was the one trying to apply for funding from the Grand Sage.
You know what? I'll ask around. I'm sure someone knows what's going on here. You're dead if I find out you're lying.
Oh, it's you two. What's the matter?
We're running some letter?
Letter?
Nilu said she sent out a letter inviting everyone to a celebration feast in 2 days at the Grand Bazaar. We'll also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra.
If she addressed the letter to all Haytham of the Academia, then the letter should have gone to my office. I've been busy these days, so I haven't had time to check for any new mail at my office.
Have you always been so busy with your...
Of course not. I'm only busy these days because several sages have been dismissed recently and the whole Academia was practically turned upside down.
Kainari told us they all went to train in the Avidia Forest. Apparently they will spend the rest of their lives there.
That is already the best possible ending for the likes of them. 4 of the 6 great sages were possessed by their desire for power and attempted to create a new god. In order to pull it off, they even imprisoned the other 2 rational sages. To imagine such things could take place in the Academia.
Yeah, you're right. Huh. Feels kind of strange to hear them called that after all this time. But then...
Yes, at least that's how they're supposed to sound. It's said that when the Academia was first founded, the Dendro Archon herself established the 6 great schools, each representing one of the 6 different types of wisdom. Numerous Darshans have sprung up and faded. Only the 6 Darshans, attaching themselves to the 6 great schools, have stood the test of time and obtained permanent seats in the Academia. Now, the 6 Darshans are nearly synonymous with the 6 great schools, and the leaders selected for the schools are the 6 great sages. Among the 6 great sages, there is one central leader. Unfortunately, only the sages from Vahumana and Amorta remain now. They were imprisoned for opposing Azar, and were only rescued after Azar's death.
So who's managing things in the other 4 schools now?
Yes. Normally, new sages are selected based on a strict set of criteria.
Oh, didn't you just say something about becoming a sage? If they pick you, then we'd have a huge connection in Sumeru.
Yes, about that. You didn't let me finish my... The person in charge of personnel affairs nominated me to be the Grand Sage in place of Azar and help Lesser Lord Kusanali manage the Academia. I'm not even interested in being one of the 6 great sages. Like I said before, I don't like being a leader.
Oh, alright. So are you busy these days trying to find others to take the...
That's not my job either. I'm only responsible for handling important affairs within the Academia. And the first thing I'll do is reject Kasharawar's application for funding.
By the way, who was that other person?
Do we look like friends?
Paimon doesn't know. That's what Paimon's asking.
His name is Kaveh, my roommate. You could say he's the representative for Ksharawar scholars. Which is exactly why he always has so many...
So everything that's happened recently must be a huge change for the people of Sumeru.
Such is the work of the Academia.
Well, anyway, no matter how busy you are, since you are our planner, remember to attend the celebration feast in 2 days.
Alright, I'll see you there.
This is Port Ormos. Now where could...
Is that Paimon I hear?
Huh?
Oh, it's been a while. How are you doing?
Dunyarzad! It's been so long since we've seen you!
I'm doing well. I can go as far as saying I have never been happier in my entire life. I don't know if you've heard, but Elazar has completely disappeared, and all the patients have recovered.
You kidding? Knowing them and the connections they've got, I'm sure they've heard about it.
Yeah!
That's right. My lady is feeling better now, so I'm accompanying her for a walk.
Why do you still call me that, Dia? You've already informed my father of your resignation.
I guess I'm just used to calling you my lady. Old habit.
Resignation? You mean you're quit?
Yeah, I might start losing my edge if I keep being a bodyguard for the Homayanis.
You know that my parents and I are fond of you, and that we appreciate you very much. It wouldn't...
I'm not a woman that's easily persuaded. You should know that by now. When I took this job, I had already decided that I'd quit as soon as you recovered. It's time for me to get back out there and chase that horizon.
So what are you gonna do now if you're not gonna be a bodyguard?
I want to take a risky job and put my body to the test again.
But we literally just finished one of the most dangerous jobs ever.
I know. If I hadn't joined in that plan with you, I wouldn't have come up with this idea. I guess I still get fired up by that feeling of going all out in a fight. It made me realize that life is short, and I'm happy that I got to be a part of that operation. But the whole thing also made me realize that there are still many problems in Sumeru. And as a desert dweller...
Well, I remember a friend had someone bring you a message.
You mean I'll hate them? I didn't expect him to still remember that.
We just came from talking with Al-Haytham at the...
Did he tell you that he suggested that I come work at the academia?
What?
I heard that Azar and his cronies fell from power, and Al-Haytham told me that now was a good time to find a job in the academia.
Whoa. Hyman can't see you being anything other than a mercenary.
Me neither. But I think Dia would look great dressed up as a scholar.
Ugh, forget about it. I wouldn't last 10 seconds. Al-Haytham probably just liked the way I worked and knew I'm good in a fight. So he suggested I find some work in the academia.
But you know, if you take him up on the offer, Sino might actually agree and let you become a Matra. Because you're super amazing.
The Matra have all the talent they need as long as they have Sino. I prefer to be free to live however I choose. In fact, I chose this job from the very start because I knew it'd be right up my alley.
Even if being a mercenary means facing all kinds...
A lion has to return to the wild sooner or later. If anything, being your bodyguard has been unfamiliar territory.
I don't want to see you go, but I'll respect your decision.
I'm glad to hear you say that. Come on, no need for the sad face. It's not like we'll never meet again. Once the whole Dendro Archon thing is settled, everything in Sumeru will take a turn for the better. But a peaceful society will probably mean less demand for mercenaries like me. Before long, we'll be a dying breed. So I'd better get to work while I still can.
Huh? But wait a second! You make it sound like you're leaving now!
Well, no. Not yet, at least. I promised my lips.
So, have you been in Port Ormos this entire time?
Oh, did Nilu write?
She heard that you were seen in Port Ormos, so she said...
Huh. He was probably sent to the inn that we're staying. My lady has been very energetic lately and keeps taking me on hikes, staying out even into the night. By the time we get back, the receptionist is usually off napping.
Right, and we tend to leave quite early in the morning, so the old man on duty...
So what it really sounds like is that the person on duty is always...
I bet the letter's at the reception desk.
No wonder there wasn't a reply. You never received the letter. Good thing Nilu...
Sorry to make you two come all the way out here.
It must be something important for Nilu to specifically...
Yes! She said they were preparing a victory...
Great! I'll be sure to...
Count me in, too. But is there some sort of dress code or anything for the...
Since it's being organized by Nilu, I don't think she'll be too picky about that. If anything, I think she wants to see us as our most natural selves.
All right, then this is...
The feast will be held in 2 days, so don't...
Sure.
Thank you so much for letting us know.
Oh, by the way...
The General Mahamatra always comes and goes without a trace. Normally no one knows his whereabouts.
Oh.
But last time we met, he mentioned that he had something to do in art. As for Rahman, your guess is as good as mine. I only remember he said that he had something to discuss with Sino. Don't mention it.
All right, on to our next...
watch your back.
It's been a while since we last visited Aru Village. Ah, there's Sino!
What brings you here?
We recovered well, and Kanari agreed to let us leave. So now we're out and about again.
It seems Gandarvaville's medical treatment is still as good as ever.
And Tainari is recovering.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, you're the one who brought us to him when we lost consciousness, right? Thanks.
You're welcome. Tainari has excellent medical skills, and Kale is quite attentive. It was the best place for you.
But why are you just standing here like...
I'm meeting some people.
Oh!
I've already talked with Candace and the village chief. They're still at the U, but you know one of the people.
Oh, by King Deshret's blessing, my friend suddenly appears in the desert. Don't tell me you've run into trouble and need us to help now.
Raman! And...
Oh.
Oh! Well, you're pretty famous in the academia.
Don't worry, these are our friends.
I see.
I'm doing well. Many good things have happened recently.
Same here. Really, I feel that my whole life has started to shine.
Oh, tell us everything.
अखम भाई जी 8 hours पूरा explosion चल रहा है मतलब अरे
I suppose I should start by saying
अबे এইটো start কৰিলো আৰু হেকি নহয় বে মাজতে একবাৰ কিবা কাম আহিল মই এনেকে মিনিমাইজ কৰি গলো কেলা আহিছো আকৌ আগৰ পৰা start হৈ গল বাস তাৰপিছত সেই সিনটো পা এই যে দেয়াই আলাইথমে যে কিবা এটা কয় তাৰপা হেতু ট্ৰাষ্ট কৰিব কাৰণে দেয়াই যে এখন হাত কুৰবান কৰি দিবলৈ যে হেৰি হল ওচৰত ৰামানৰ হাতত সেই সিনটো পা মানে বহুত মজা বে ষ্টৰী লাইন তাৰপিছত মই কিলা ভাবিলে তো খতৰক কৰিলো আৰু গলা জলকে ভাগৰ নালাগে
I've decided to leave the academia.
What?
It's not that I've given up on being a scholar, and I will no longer pursue research like a typical scholar. But I have not completely given up on my relationship to knowledge either.
One of the longest to our conquest.
I can see what you're saying.
But still one of the best.
What do you mean?
I plan to leave the academia and return to teach.
Wow. So you want...
Sataria will return to support education here and teach. She can't teach everyone on her own, but there are many of us Eremites all over Sumeru. She came to discuss a collaboration with...
Yes. It's my hope that the Eremites can help me select a group of smart people with the best aptitude for teaching. I'll teach them, and after they've finished learning from me, they can go That is the true meaning of education and the spreading of...
The people of King Deshret suffer from sandstorms, exile, and ignorance. Miss Ataria is more than welcome to come. The stars have always guided caravans, thieves, soldiers, and travelers who get lost in the night.
Oh, please. Where's all of this coming from?
You deserve these compliments. Mercenaries are accustomed to danger and don't fear death, which is why we recognize...
Sataria's idea will bring much good to many people.
At first, I feared it was destined to fail. Everyone knows that the academia doesn't allow... As you know, all knowledge is under their surveillance and control. But what I heard at that time has been haunting my heart. As if there were lightning bolts constantly bombarding my soul. Sataria, you tread a treacherous path, and the longer you ignore it, the tighter the academia's grasp on you become. Sataria, why haven't you gone home? Never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
Miss.
These words sparked something in me, and I knew that I had to bring something back to my people after going home. I gathered up the courage to approach the Grand Sage, only to find that he was no longer at the academia. Lord Sino told me that Azar didn't belong there anymore.
Azar has received much needed
Cool
punishment.
dude.
Though, if you ask me, it may have been too light.
Lord Sino helped me obtain permission to leave the academia for the desert, and accompanied me here to discuss collaboration with members of the Eremites. My plan was able to go smoothly thanks to—
You're all doing so much for the desert.
Aside from that, I also have some other business to discuss with...
Lesser Lord Kusanali has allocated many resources to support and develop the desert. I've done some business for her, and part of it required the assistance of the Eremites. I applied for a few batches of educational materials from the academia, and sent them to several groups in the desert, as instructed by Lesser Lord.
That's exactly what the people here need. Physical books and other related items. If it weren't for Sino and Lesser Lord
Apart from this, the academia is also recruiting scholars that are willing to teach in the desert. I'll let you and Satar— We must be persistent about this, and make—
This is the first time in hundreds of years we've had a glimmer of hope. And remember these words. Here lies our faithful priest, Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise. I hope people with wisdom like that priest will rise again among the desert dwellers. Then we'll once again see the
Enough about us. Are you here to discuss some business?
No, not at all. We're actually... Neela wanted to write to everyone, but she wasn't sure where the letters should be sent, so she asked us to come find everyone. A celebration feast will be held in 2 days at the Grand Bazaar. She hopes that all of you will be at the feast. We'll also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra. Although, judging from your appearance, it seems you've already been reinstated. Paimon...
Celebration? Feast? It's the first I've heard.
Tainari was right. She really...
This feast is for you.
It's rare to see that kind of expression from Lord Sino. You must not like feasts very much.
No, not really. But I'll go.
Well, I still have a lot to handle here.
I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Although, if you'd be the messaging, I'm sorry for how I treated you before. But now I understand the beauty of your dance. You and the art you symbolize are not only beautiful, but also lively and powerful. So much so that it was Please keep dancing. And someday...
Okay, we've got all that down. Our job here is complete as well.
Got it.
Tick 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 tick.
Today's the big day. Let's go to the Grand Bazaar and see how the celebration's coming along.
I keep watch. You leave, you call me. I'm hungry. hungry. Let's hunt. I keep watch. You leave, you call me. Hungry. Let's hunt.
Everybody's already here. Looks like we're the last ones to arrive.
I'm here.
Ah, there you are.
Well, look who finally decided to show up.
You look like you came here immediately after finishing up some work. I'm very...
But we're not late, are we? It's just...
I propose that the last one who arrived be put in charge of today's speeches.
Nah, there won't be any speeches today.
Oh, really? Well,
Come join us over here. Let's share some great...
Everything looks quite good.
Wow. Paimon can't... Whoa.
The food was specially prepared for you by everyone in the Grand Bazaar. And we have gifts that were sent by the residents of Sumeru. Said everyone that came said that you saved Sumeru and wanted me to...
Feels kind of nice to be seen as a hero. I could get used to this.
Being a bodyguard is also a hero's job.
My lady sure has a way with words.
And I'm happy to meet everyone that participated.
Don't mention it.
Come to think of it, we've really done something impressive.
We owe it to our abilities. And luck.
Really? Why do I remember everybody thinking that luck was against us and feeling like we hardly had a chance?
That's how I remember it too.
It's luck that brought us together, and it was luck that let us form a team. Then, it took even more luck for us to formulate a plan and implement it successfully. Moreover, judging from the results,
Yeah. Everyone gave it their all when it mattered most. It was almost like a performance. We took the stage and everyone played their part. And thanks to everyone's efforts, the performance...
So, would you say we're good actors too?
It's such a blessing that Lesser Lord Kusanali was able to return to power at the Academia.
Yes! Even after being abandoned and neglected so many times. Lesser Lord Kusanali once used all her power in a great disaster, which resulted in her losing all her wisdom and memories of the past. This should be something everybody should remember. Huh? You look surprised.
no, everything you said is correct.
That's
something wrong?
Yeah, what's with that face? You knew all of this already.
Even if those two giants of the Academia are here, I still have to say it. Those sages really have some nerve. 500 years ago, Lesser Lord Kusanali used all her power for the people of Sumeru. And what did they do in return? If you bite the hand that feeds you, don't act surprised when it turns into a knuckle sand.
Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but their treatment of Lesser Lord Kusanali calls for a more severe
You could simply tell Lesser Lord Kusanali that you wish to have Azar and his accomplices
I respect our deity's decision. While we're on this topic, why didn't you accept the Academia's
Are you trying to say that I'm fit to be a
Not at all. But every person handling the selection process has said that you are the most suitable candidate to lead the Academia.
Why? Because he dethroned Azar from...
Could you try to put it another way? This is a good thing, yet you're making it sound like I overthrew Azar for my own personal...
But seriously though, I always wondered if you had some person...
I did have my own motive, but it had nothing to do with being a sage. If the rules of our nation were suddenly cast by the wayside, then it wouldn't be long until chaos ensued. I had no intent...
By that, you mean your life working as the Academia's scribe.
Precisely.
Wait, is that...
So, that's the only reason why you joined us and came up with...
It's reason enough.
You've certainly got quite the personality.
You flatter me.
All right then. How about you? You've already resumed work as the General Mahamatra.
That's right.
Will you be happy with that life?
It's not about being happy. There are merely...
Even so, keep your spirits up and try to be happy, okay? And try to smile more every day. Just like I'm doing now.
Thank you.
Lol.
Ah, there you are, Well, how is it? Are you enjoying the feast today? It's the first time I've ever invited so many exceptional people. You see, every guest here is quite extraordinary. Make sure you live it up tonight. I'm honored to have her think of me that I can't explain why.
The atmosphere here is good. And everything is still... I don't often come to such places. But it feels quite good. I have a lot to handle these days. Otherwise...
I seldom participate in such lively gatherings, but the atmosphere here is quite good. No. The Grand Bazaar is lively. That happiness? Oh well.
My lady, the grilled meat over there?
Yes, I also tried some fruit. What an amazing plate.
You said it. Oh, look who else is here.
Hello. Oh, I'm so happy Nilu invited us.
Hey, less of that polite chit-chat and more eating and drinking.
Your head is starting to droop. Hey, you can't just fall asleep here. Paimon will go find something delicious for you to eat. You'll wake up, of course. Just... It's me.
Oh.
You may blame me for being a bit too self-indulgent. I was thinking about talking with you. The connection between us is amazing. It's like flora and the fence it grows upon. I heard there's an amazing celebration feast today at the Grand Bazaar. I wanted to... Lately, I've been so busy dealing with all the fallout from recent events, so I really haven't... Although you've already helped me with a lot. Please say thank you to everyone. Oh, is it not convenient for you? But if I just show up all of a sudden, what if I end up scaring them and ruining the... Yes, I have. You said I should go thank everyone as myself, right? So... I've decided to borrow your body for the time being. Please don't blame me. The flora also climbs up to the fence. Everyone! Are you awake now? Paimon was just about to bring... It's me. Huh?
Hold up. What's going on?
I didn't expect to have a conversation with the consciousness of Lesser Lord Kusanali in the Grand Bazaar. Interesting. Is this all?
No, of course not. Are you?
Hello, Nilu.
You know who I am?
Yes. I already know every one of you. Nilu, Alhaitham, Sino, Dia, Paimon, and Dunyarzad.
Lesser Lord Kusanali?
I took the liberty of occupying the traveler's body so that I could thank you so much for rescuing me. Even if that meant placing your own safety in peril and taking the risk of becoming enemies with the academia, the sages, the doctor, the balladeer, and even without you, without any of you, I would have been had you not helped me to resolve the crisis. Not only I, but Sumeru and even the entirety of Tevat would have suffered great misfortune. People refer to you as the heroes who managed to rescue a god. I'm quite fond of this name. It not only explains your identities, but please, allow me to present to you...
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you have done so much for Sumeru, and I...
Dunyarzad, the suffering you endured during your illness is also proof of you being with me and praying for...
You don't need to be so ceremonious. It's always been my duty to protect you.
This is how the relationship between the Academia and Dendro Archon should be. We just did what was necessary and set things back on the right path.
You're an Archon, but you act so humble. You really don't need to be so polite with us.
I'm honored to have been able to take part in this plan.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Nahida left, you ate a lot of food. You've become a glutton. That just means you still have a lot to learn from... Alright, since you're awake now, should we go and have a chat with Nahida? She should be in the academia right... Traveler, and what a fantastic night. I'm still immersed in all the happiness and joy. So are we. And that's why we're here to talk. Is there anything you want to know? After recent events, the Akasha can no longer function as it used to. I've given it some thought. But this is definitely not a bad thing. The Akasha's centralized administration of knowledge has always restrained people's curiosity and curtailed the number of paths available to them. Although people may initially feel a little uncomfortable with the loss of the Akasha, they will... And as for the future of Sumeru, the former sages have received their punishment, but the new sages have yet to be selected. I hope that the new 6th grade sages will be more focused on academics. Sumeru needs such leaders more than... The other big issue is the people of King Deshret. All the residents of the desert, I've already taken some measures to address this. It will take some time to rebuild everything. You mean, what happened after the doctor put you... Not exactly. The top-ranked Fatui Harbingers, up to number 3, possess power comparable to that of gods. I was no match. However, in spite of the bad situation, I'm sure you remember the entity that changed your fate. In fact, the Heavenly Principles has been quiet since the Conria disaster 500 years ago. I used this point as leverage against the doc. I told him that the Heavenly Principles may be awakened if I destroyed it. I assumed that the Heavenly Principles wouldn't just stand by and let such extensive damage to its laws take place. And as for what I exchanged, the exchange served as both punishment for the doctor, as well as a boon of new knowledge that I couldn't refuse as the god of... He's still in a coma. I've hidden him like how one would hide a feather. I know you have many misgivings about him, but as someone who had become a god, he has retained a number of very useful features. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't do any evil. In addition, there are still some mysteries left in him. Some things may be very clear from my perspective, but his future will be determined by fate. Is that where you're headed next? Fontaine, the nation of... As far as I know, that nation operates in the judicial system. Does their Archon personally judge people?
No, there's a Chief Justice in Fontaine. Generally speaking, the Hydra Archon, Focalor, won't preside over individual trials. However, even then, Focalor will still make herself present at just about every trial. It seems that she just likes... As Archon, she still reserves the right to influence the final... Anyway, let's just say she's got, Are you sure? Huh? While you were resting at Gandharvaville, I took some time to perform an Irminsul search for information on your brother.
Yeah! Isn't Irminsul a repository for all the information and memories of Tevat? So there shouldn't be anything on her.
This is true in your case. Irminsul indeed does not have any information on you. However, there must be something different about your brother. Because as it turns out...
What?
There's only one possible explanation. He belongs to this world.
this trip to Teyvat?
According to the records I was able to access, your sibling suddenly appeared in Conria. After the Conria disaster, he began his journey through the 7 nations of Teyvat. Just as his journey was about to reach its conclusion, the Irminsul records on him suddenly...
What do you mean, Fuzzy? Did something...
All I know for sure is that somebody, for reasons only they can know, is deliberately obfuscating his fate. And whoever it is, if they can do that, who knows what else they're...
But even that wouldn't explain how he somehow comes from this...
Something else I noticed was that according to these records, the Fatui have not classified your sibling as one of the Descenders.
What's a Descender?
Look, I'm sure you must be curious about the information I received from the Fatui in return for my notes. A very important part of the intel was about this world's Descenders. External beings, ones that don't belong to this world. Traveler, you are Teyvat's 4th Descender.
Huh? So the Fatui count 3 other Descenders before the Traveler, and her brother isn't even one...
That's right. My current hypothesis is that the first Descender was likely what we now call the Heavenly Principles. As for the other Descenders, I still need to verify their existence. It could take me some time.
Paimon's head...
And yet, even knowing all this, I'm sure you must still have a lot of unanswered questions. There are many questions in my heart as well. I will need some time to go through each one of them. And soon, you'll also begin your journey anew and depart from... I'm very interested in your future. It's a journey that can't be observed or recorded by this world. If fate is the ultimate knowledge, then your future will be the ultimate fate.
I'm sure glad we got to meet you, Nahida.
The pleasure is all mine. Alright, that's enough talk for today. If you ever miss me, just close your eyes. Bye, 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 bye.
May knowledge guide.
Super chat boys, you're grinding what it, you are god now. अबे भाई ये इलेक्ट्रो रेजिन वाइन मारने में अपना खतरा है जी. लेकिन मजा लगा बे माँ कसम. डेनरो वाला पार्ट ना इस क्वेस्ट, माय गॉड बहुत मजा आया भाई. कुछ नया मिला बे हमको. क्या मिला? ओके रख देता हूँ, बाद में देखा जाएगा. मेरे को एक बात बताओ. यू वांट इलेक्ट्रो रेजिन मटेरियल? हाँ हाँ. नहीं 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 ये कैसे खुलेगा भाई? आइकॉन को इसमें ताला कहे लग गया अब. टाउरुस इराकुंडुस चैप्टर 1 है ही नहीं भाई. कहाँ मिलेगा ये? यहाँ पे है ही नहीं भाई. कहाँ है ये? इम्पेराट्रिक्स उम्ब्रोसा चैप्टर। उम्ब्रोसा कहीं पे सुना था, यहाँ पे भी नहीं है भाई। ये कहाँ मिलेगा ये सब? Where did the spirit stone descend? भाई साहब, कहाँ मिलेगा ये सब? Do other quest, you can unlock other quest, domino of quest। ओके ठीक है, मतलब क्या बोल रहे हो कि अगर मैं ये सब क्वेस्ट करूँगा तो यहाँ पे जो ये 3 क्वेस्ट है ये अनलॉक हो जाएगा ना करने के लिए? है कि नहीं? अगर वैसा बात है तो ये कौन सा वाला क्वेस्ट करने से एग्जैक्ट ये वाला क्वेस्ट खुलेगा? इराकुंदुस चैप्टर 1 2। एक सेकेंड, मेरे को पता है। बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग है भाई। उससे अच्छा थोड़ा देर कुछ दिन में इसमें टाइम लगाता हूँ। भाई 20 तो चाहिए कष्ट करके, दूसरा का वर्ल्ड जाके हम कलेक्ट किया 3-4 तो। 40 रेजिन है क्या मेरे पास? 40 रेजिन ही है सिर्फ। अच्छा, एक बार मारते हैं तो फिर
We're going to hunt.
For justice.
मिल गया, कोयले के लिए 2 मिल गया, इसको 60 करेंगे। ये बकचोद ढूंढने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा। मारना होगा। अखंड चूतियापा है भाई, अखंड चूतियापा है। ओ हाँ, ये वेपन तो बनाना है ना। ओ भाई क्वेस्ट कैसे खोलेंगे बे भाई, इतना सारा क्वेस्ट करना होगा।
Add asterisk.
अबे एक चाहिए क्या सिर्फ? अबे यार क्यों बकचोदी। ओलवेंडम में मिलेगा और स्ट्रॉम्बेरियन माउंटेन में मिलेगा। स्ट्रॉम्बेरियन माउंटेन इधर ही तो कहीं पे था। ओलवेंडम ये रहा, ऊपर था ना। हाँ, ओलवेंडम में ढूंढते क्या मैं कि किरकिरी। सिर्फ एक चाहिए। ओके बकचोदी चल रहा है तुम लोग का। सिर्फ एक कहाँ से मिलेगा बे?
Wish me luck.
मिल जा भाई, मिल जा बे। एक ही तो और चाहिए सिर्फ। मिलेगा कहाँ लेकिन भाई, वही तो बात है। बस हो गया, एक कलेक्ट कर लो तुम। वो दो रेजर माँ की और कुछ एक सेकेंड But I need 24 भाई साहब यहाँ पे तो भरा पड़ा है देव एक मिल गया नाइस सेकंड बहुत चाहिए बे
These things useful?
और 13 चाहिए 13 उतना भी इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, बस रेडी करके रखूँगा। जैसे ही मतलब मेरा कोई भी लेवल 60 एंड टैलेंट वगैरह सब कुछ हो जाएगा, अगेन माय फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी विल बी दिस बैड बॉय। नाइस। ये आया क्या वापस गांडू? नहीं आया। ओके, अभी देखता हूँ थोड़ा। उम्ब्रोसा चैप्टर एक्ट 2। उम्ब्रोसा चैप्टर एक्ट 2। बहुत सारे स्टोरी क्वेस्ट या वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट करना होगा बे। तो लेवल 6 प्रीमोजेन मिलेगा बे। साला नहीं हुआ मैं वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट। अच्छा, स्टोरी क्वेस्ट है ना। तो स्टोरी क्वेस्ट से क्या होता है बे? अबे क्या खोल रहा हूँ बार बार बहुत से। कहाँ गया कैरेक्टर वाला स्टोरी क्वेस्ट? ये तो नहीं हो पाएगा हमसे भाई, बहुत टफ। ये सब करने से क्या होगा भाई? स्टोरी क्वेस्ट फॉर प्रीमोज, अच्छा, और वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट फॉर ये। तो पहले काम करता हूँ, जितने भी इनाजुमा है, जितना भी साला इनाजुमा है सब खत्म करता हूँ। सुमेरु अंडरग्राउंड टू, ये तो भाई 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 कितना दौड़ेगी और बारबरा वो इतना छोटू पैर है उसका।
The wrong test subject.
Smell of treasure. Strange.
Another test subject. That
ये तो बंद है बहुत तरीके। गांडू बनाता है क्या भाई? गेम गांडू बना रहा है बे। यार इतना दूर आया बे उड़ उड़ के। ये टेलीपोर्ट नहीं खोल पाऊंगा मैं। बंद नहीं बे। पता नहीं कौन सा वाला करेक्टर भाई। कान वान खराब हो जाएगा बे। टेलीपोर्टर किधर है बे? कट लो यहाँ से भाई। यहाँ से कट लो भाई, यहाँ से कट लो। पता नहीं क्या ही बकचोदी चल रहा है उधर।
Down to business. Now that's to the ferry.
यार क्या इवेंट चालू कर दिया